KLRN Radio has advertising rates available. We have rates to fit almost any budget. Contact us at advertising@klrnradio.com.
Hi, everyone. This is JJ, the co-founder of Good Pods. If you haven't heard of it yet, Good Pods is like Goodreads or Instagram, but for podcasts. It's new, it's social, it's different, and it's growing really fast. There are more than 2 million podcasts, and we know that it is impossible to figure out what to listen to. On Good Pods, you follow your friends and podcasters to see what they like. That is the number one way to discover new shows and episodes. You can find Good Pods on the web or download the app. Happy listening.
This Halloween season, prepare for thrills, chills, and everything in between. It's Vamptober on KLRN Radio. All October long, your favorite KLRN shows are taking a walk on the dark side. Dive into bone-chilling stories, uncover creepy science, and explore the paranormal with our special vampire-themed episodes. Don't miss a moment of the fright-filled fun. Tune in all month long for Vamptober, only on KLRN Radio.
The following program contains coarse language and adult themes. Listener discretion is advised.
I take a breath, I'm not gonna lose. This is what I came here to do.
Keep on doing what you do, Rick. You're my favorite host. Favorite.
I have come here to chew bubblegum and kick ass. And I'm all out of bubblegum.
It's time to hear the truth about America's biggest challenges. You're listening to America Off the Rails with your host, Rick Robinson. And welcome into the program, ladies and gentlemen. No, this is not your imagination. It is not Sunday night, but we are doing a very special episode on a Wednesday of America Off the Rails because my good friend and co-host Stacey Lennox is off at Oktoberfest. So whatever will not be airing this week. We'll be back next week. And gearing up for election coverage because it's about that time. So yeah, we're 13 days out at this point, I think. I'm starting to lose count if I'm being completely honest, but so 2 weeks would have been yesterday. So today's 13. Lots of things to talk about. First, I just want to point out some idiocy before we go too far because this has to be done. Make sure this is the right one, and I think it is. Yeah, it is. So that one right there, Liz Cheney. If your response, and we'll get into this in a minute, to General John Kelly, Gold Star father and Trump's White House chief of staff, confirming that Trump praised Hitler and called members of our military suckers and losers, is to defend Trump, then you need to look in the mirror and realize your dishonor will live forever. Liz, baby, Bubala, can you be a little more melodramatic, please? Just ratchet it up to about a 20. Right now, you're only at about a 10. You're here. We need you up here because everybody knows you're the one that's supposed to save the Democratic Party this round, and I don't think it's happening for you, sweetheart. I know what you're trying to do because she's already telegraphed the fact that she would put a Republican in her cabinet. So you're hoping it's going to be you, but Bubala, sweetheart, it's not going to be you. All right, so if you guys would be so kind to see a lot of you starting to trickle in, make sure you are liking and sharing the feed wherever you happen to be finding it from. We are streaming in multiple locations. So right now we're on YouTube, Facebook, Rumble. We're on 2 separate X feeds because we're trying to cast as wide a net as possible. I will have a chat overlay up in a minute for those of you talking on the X feed. So if you're not on the same one, you can still see each other. It's not perfect, but it works well. If you happen to see people commenting and you can't see it on your feed, you're welcome to jump back over into the other one if you want. We don't really care how you listen. I'm just thrilled that you do. Because, yeah, I've been doing this for a long time, and it's taken a while to get where we are. And, yeah, so far it looks like Raptor might be the only one that's hanging out in the chat room. And, yeah, like he said, like and share, you heathens. Just saying. Also, you can follow along with the station at KLRN Radio. You can follow along with me at RowdyVic73, and you can follow along with our new news arm that we are starting to put content out through as much as possible, because right now it's me and a couple other folks trying to keep that one running. I mean, I would prefer you have the sound on, but you don't have to. I mean, if you wanted to sit here and look at my pretty face, I mean, that's up to you, man. Programming director giving me shit. Wouldn't be a Wednesday night without it. All right. So anyway, so yeah, so this is part of the October surprise that wasn't. This has been going around for a while, and we're going to get into that in a minute. Just need to make sure that I have things ready to go properly here. So hang on just a second, because I have too many tabs open. And that's not the one I was looking for. Oh, actually, since this is kind of tied into that one, we'll start here. 1 second. Because I have some clips. I played clips earlier today that were more centered on Kamala. Thanks to some folks at Town Hall, I found some more that are more centered on what Cheney was saying. So yeah, this is from our friends at Town Hall. This is Rebecca Downs. CNN Scott Jennings tears Liz Cheney apart for her latest comments on campaign trail. Uh-oh. When you've pissed CNN off and you're on that side, what does that tell you? Vice President Kamala Harris has been making an awful lot of use of former Rep. Liz Cheney. Can we take the R from behind her name? You know, maybe dipshit Wyoming or bitch Wyoming, something, but not R. Anyway, sorry. Moving on. On the campaign this week, in the final days before the election, an event that was billed as a town hall in Royal Oak, Michigan, went poorly from the start. As moderator, Maria Shriver, so you're telling me it was a panel full of women whose husbands have banged nannies. And yes, I admit I stole that joke from somebody else. If I could remember who it was, I would give them credit, but I don't remember. So she admitted to the crowd that the audience wouldn't actually get to ask questions, and instead they would be using predetermined ones. There were also many absurd comments that Cheney made at this week's events about Republican voters, including on abortion. Scott Jennings was tackling one of the worst ones during CNN Newsnight. During her Monday appearance alongside Harris in Royal Oak, Michigan, Cheney felt the need to give permission to Republicans that they can vote their conscience and vote for Democratic nominee. She even claimed that millions of Americans will do so. This comes as Harris was ranked as the most leftist senator and one of the least bipartisan of 2019. So let's watch.
And so I think that we are facing a choice in this election. It's not about party. It's about right and wrong. And I certainly have many Republicans who will say to me, I can't be public. They do worry about a whole range of things, including violence, but they'll do the right thing. And I would just remind people, if you're at all concerned, you can vote your conscience and not ever have to say a word to anybody. And there will be millions of Republicans who do that on November 5th, vote for Vice President Harris.
But will there, though? Will there really? Because guess what? The early voting numbers are in, and they're not looking that great for Democrats. Now, overall, the Democrats are still ahead, but at the same time, in Nevada right now, they're behind. Now, the question that we need to be asking ourselves, are these people that would have normally just voted on election day and voted Republican anyway, or are these people that are these things off to a great start? Because for Republicans who have predominantly been the party of vote on election day because election integrity matters, for them to finally seem to be getting the message to vote early and vote often. Shh, I didn't say that part. But the Democrats play that game, so we might as well figure out how to start playing it too. I'm just saying. Fire with fire, guys. I'm not advocating for anything that hasn't been being done to us for at least 4 election cycles, if not more. And we can see the receipts now. That's the thing. They keep forgetting that with technology the way it is now, it's not going to take us 30 years to figure out they cheated. We knew within weeks. And then we knew that they knew that we knew, because all the judges were like, oh, you don't have standing to bring this case, so we can't have it heard. So explain this to me, because this is the question that I've been asking for a long time. Some of you that have been listening to the show for a while are like, oh, he's going to ask this question again. But yes, I am. I'm going to ask this question again. How is it that an American citizen that lives in a particular jurisdiction that has questions about election integrity does not have standing to bring a case before the court? Because last I checked, these people are supposed to work for us. And yet, every single one of these cases that the media was like, oh, look, see, the judges dismissed it, so that means there must not have been anything there. No, they were dismissed for standing. So as she went on with this whole thing, of course, you know, she had so she had this moment where she was like, just don't tell anybody that you voted for Democrats. Cheney had gone with that same line of thinking when bringing up abortion as well, and trying to speak to many of us around the country who have been pro-life at another event in Malvern, Pennsylvania. Such is a topic that the Harris-Walz campaign and Democrats overall are practically obsessed with. In addressing the issue, Cheney also brought up the same lies that pro-aborts have spread. After Harris had the audacity to not claim that we've seen too much harm, real harm, following the Dobbs v. Jackson decision, but offered that I don't think that most people who before the Dobbs decision came down, who had strong opinions about this, I don't think most people intended that the harm that we've seen would have actually happened. Cheney jumped in to had her own thoughts. Wait, she has thoughts. The former Congress critter claimed it is such an important point as she too spoke for pro-lifers. And I think there are many of us around the country who have been pro-life, but who have watched what is going on in our state since the Dobbs decision and have watched state legislators put in place laws that are resulting in women not getting the care they need. She claimed, offering this is not an issue that we're seeing break down across party lines. She went on to list examples of medical emergencies from Texas, where it is not the pro-life state laws that are at fault, but rather doctors who aren't providing patients the care that they need, which last I checked is malpractice. While Cheney had no problem going after Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton, she conveniently left out how there is some helpful clarification from the Texas Medical Board. Further, a mother's life is protected in all 50 states. As National Review, Charles C.W. Cook, awesome dude, by the way, if you're not following, you should be, noted in his takedown of Cheney. Even The Guardian, a far-left outlet, took note of Cheney's messaging being at odds when she claimed that Dobbs v. Jackson went too far in overturning Roe v. Wade, thus putting the power back into the hands of the people at the state level. So it's not just conservatives who noticed this or who took away that message. So here's the problem. Cheney sponsored a very similar bill. Anyway, after CNN News Nation played a clip of Cheney's remarks and other panelists weighed in with the typical pro-abortion talking points we've heard at length and ad infinitum, Jennings calmly offered his rational 2 cents. Cheney's comments were shocking, he said, especially with how she supported Trump in the past. I find Cheney's statements to be shocking, A, because of the amicus brief, B, she supported Donald Trump for president, a Republican, knowing full well the kinds of judges that he intended to appoint to the Supreme Court and the federal judiciary. Jennings pointed out, and so for her to now complain about something that she once strongly supported, sending this back to the political process, either Congress or the states, it is kind of a shocking thing, he continued, reminding what it is that the Dobbs decision actually means. Jennings also reminded is not running for state representative in any particular state. He is running for president, and he's made his position on this very clear. He's got a very moderate center-right, long-standing Republican position that goes back to Reagan. He's pro-life. He believes in some moderate limits on weeks. He believes in 3 exceptions for rape, incest, and the life of the mother. Trump himself also believes in leaving the abortion issue to the states rather than a national ban. In one particularly amusing moment of the clip we're about to show, Jennings remained calm while he stood firm in how Trump supports and has been a champion for access to IVF, all while CNN's Catherine Rampell made faces and then hysterically cut to claim otherwise. So let's watch this together, shall we? Let's have some fun on this Wednesday evening.
Again.
I find Cheney's statements to be shocking, A, because of the amicus brief. B, she supported Donald Trump for president, a Republican, knowing full well the kinds of judges that he intended to appoint to the Supreme Court and the federal judiciary. And so for her to now complain about something that she once strongly supported, sending this back to the political process, either Congress or the states, it is kind of a shocking thing. Also, Donald Trump's not running for state representative in any particular state. He is running for president, and he's made his position on this very clear. He's got a very moderate, center-right, long-standing Republican position that goes back to Reagan. He's pro-life. He believes in some moderate limits on weeks. He believes in the 3 exceptions for rape, incest, and life of the mother. He has been a champion for IVF.
He has not.
He has.
I'm sorry,
absolutely
I need to
has.
interrupt.
He
I need to
absolutely
interrupt
has. You
He
don't
has
need to interrupt because you're wrong. He has been a champion in the party for
people
speaking
watching,
for
I
IVF.
wrote about this like 2 weeks ago. You can
Okay.
look at
Well,
his
I listen
and-
to what he says all the time. He
I
has
look at his
read a
record.
statement.
I look at
You
his
believe
record.
him when he says he's a
Yes,
father
I
of
do.
IVF? When he says he's a father of IVF?
Ooh, that was kind of contentious, was it not? Did you like the facial expressions? Those were kind of cute. Maybe it's just me. All right, let's keep going. All right, so this, just to remind you of how and why the show started out in the tone that it did, is because of this right here. So this is another story that came out earlier today, and we have that right here. So we're going to go down to that tab in just a second. And that's what brings up this nothing burger that we're talking about right now, because it's now circulating. Then we've got another one that didn't happen or hasn't happened yet, that they seem to think will be career ending for Donald Trump, but it seems weird to me. So we'll get to that in just a minute. So this is from Matt Margolis. Someone is pitching a bogus October surprise story to end Trump's campaign. With the momentum benefiting Donald Trump in the final weeks of the campaign, and if you don't believe the momentum is now benefiting him, just look at the leftist media that is still melting down over his campaign stop at a McDonald's to play SpongeBob for 15 minutes. Although, if I were him, I probably would have picked Wendy's only because they are doing a Krabby Patty thing right now, and that would have been awesome. Because he'd have been like, now playing the role of SpongeBob. Oh, wait, just kidding. So the final weeks of this campaign, the sign of desperation from the Democrats has reached a fever pitch, and the left has now entered a phase where bogus anti-Trump stories are starting to flood the news. A couple of bogus stories have already been published, and more are on the way. Sources are pushing one story in particular, waiting for someone gullible enough to run with it. And they found it in Liz Cheney. On Saturday night, Mark Halperin, discussing the recent Atlantic hit piece, which has already been debunked, revealed that he has been pitched a story that, if true, would end his campaign. These last 2 weeks are going to be filled with these things, and things exactly like this. And I can tell you, without going into detail, that I've been pitched a story about Donald Trump now for about a week that, if true, would end his campaign, he said. And there's all sorts of things like that flying around. I'm not the only one who's been pitched it. So here, let's hang on. I knew it was going to do that. I hit the wrong button. One moment, please.
These last 2 weeks are going to be filled with things like this. And I can tell you, without going into detail, that I've been pitched a story about Donald Trump now for about a week that, if true, would end his campaign. And there's all sorts of things like that flying around. I'm not the only one who's been pitched it.
All right, so he's not the only one that's been pitched it. Well, let's keep going, because this keeps going. So Hopper later clarified that he doesn't believe this story is true. The point I was making is there's all sorts of things being floated out there, he said. I know of one story that's been pitched to a major newspaper and to me, and for all I know to many others, that I don't believe is true. But if it is true, as I said yesterday, it would end Donald Trump's campaign. If those were true, it would end his campaign, he reiterated. So here's Tom Bevan, I guess, saying much the same thing.
And the point I was making is there's all sorts of things being floated out there. Maybe Jeffrey Goldberg just happened to finish the story 2 weeks before the election. I'm sure Sean will have a point of view about that. I know of one story that's been pitched to a major newspaper and to me, and for all I know, to many others, that I don't believe is true. But if it's true, as I said yesterday, it would end Donald Trump's campaign. Just as if the accusations now thoroughly debunked and attributed by American intelligence to Russia about Tim Walz, if those were true, it would end his campaign. What we're seeing in the final days, is a point I was making, is actors who want a certain outcome are on social media and in pitches to reporters, and in the case of The Atlantic, Jeffrey Goldberg writing himself, are trying to affect the end of the race because they're so desperate to try to pull a Comey. I'm not pursuing the story. I don't think it's true. People in Mar-a-Lago, calm down. All I'm saying is there are people out there pitching stuff. And if it were true, it would end his campaign. But if someone pitched me a story that said Trump is a Martian, that might not end his campaign. People might think that's cool. You get my point. There's stuff like that.
So there's stuff like that. So what if I told you I think I know what this story is? So hang on just a second, and we'll talk about it. Sorry, as my own host and / producer / promo guy, I realized I never pushed out the live link, so I needed to fix that. All right, so what if I told you that I know what the story is? And, well, what it likely is. This is from Keith Edwards, self-proclaimed Democratic strategist. Breaking: I have been told that Trump groped a minor at one of his donor dinners and that there's video. Bum, bum, bum. Here's the thing, Keith. If there was actual video, that would have been out as soon as somebody knew what they had. Because you guys have been coming after him with everything you have, as hard as you can, for as long as you can, and nothing ever seems to stick. You know, I heard an interesting take from that on that today on, I think it was the Ben Shapiro show. When you're trying to throw mud at something the media and most of the country already perceives as a mud monster, all you really get is more of the mud monster. Look, like Donald Trump or hate him, dude has never shied away from who he is. Who he is what you see 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. He doesn't play caricatures in different rooms. He is who he is. Whether you like him or not is predominantly going to be partially our fault, because we've seen the videos of him when he was younger, when he was shy and looked at his feet until people were speaking directly to him. We made him the media monster that he is today because we taught him how to behave in front of the cameras and how to behave in front of other people, and how to not feel so self-conscious about himself all the time. That was a bad sentence, but I couldn't figure out a way to get myself out of it. We taught him that. We showed him that. Because we started responding. The more gregarious and outlandish he was, the more we responded. And the more people wanted him on TV shows. The more he became the plot lines of freaking TV shows. There was an episode of Quantum Leap way back in the 80s and 90s that had Donald Trump as a kid on it. And Scott Bakula accidentally letting slip before he realized who he was talking to, that sometime in the near future there was going to be a building there with the name Trump on it. And then he realized as he was about to leap away that he was speaking to none other than Donald J. Trump as a child. This is the point that I'm trying to make. If you don't like who Donald Trump is, you really have nobody to blame but yourself, at least for anybody who's above the age of 35, because you helped make him this way. But while you're talking about him as if he's some kind of a monster, let's not forget that this same man has helped black businessmen, unbeknownst to most of America, floated them money to start their businesses, waited for them to come back with what he owed them or what they owed him, and then tore the checks and stuff up in front of them and said, it's your business, go run it. If he were half the monster or even a quarter of the narcissist that everyone makes him out to be, he would be doing those things publicly for the accolades. Do you know how many people he's helped that we don't hear about until years later? That's not somebody who's craving attention. And that's what I'm saying. He may have learned some narcissistic tendencies because society showed him he needed them, but he's not a true narcissist. If he were, there's so many different things that he would have done differently. As a matter of fact, as soon as they leveled these charges against him, a true narcissist would have been like, you know what? Screw you guys. I'm taking my ball and going home because I know as soon as I drop out of the race, they're going to drop these charges. You guys can have this shit. I'm done. He didn't. He didn't. I don't know very many other people who would be in his stature and status in life who can be shot at, be hit, and still want to keep fighting. Like I said, you can say what you want to say about him. I don't care. I'm giving you my perspective. But the biggest problem that I have with all of this is if this was accurate, they would have already released the tape. But I have a sneaking suspicion this is probably the story that Halpern was talking about. And I don't know if it's an older story, if it's a newer story. I haven't been able to figure that much out about it because I really don't care. Because there's nothing to it. Because if there were, the media would already be circling like sharks. And it wouldn't just be this little bitty thing. Oops, sorry, I didn't mean to click on that one again. But, so here's another little fun quick hit story again. So hang on, let's get this pulled up. This is from Hot Air. Again, Town Hall property that I don't actually use very much, but I should probably start fixing that because they're pretty awesome. So this has been happening. So I guess Miss Gwynnie Walls is not in a very good mood. So there's nothing like dishing a little dirt, especially if it's a campaign leak, for all the incendiary, mendacious, defamatory garbage the Democrats are throwing against Trump, hoping against hope some slur or outright disgusting fabrication sticks in time to save their asterisks. It's fascinating to watch the Democrat. I got to start remembering to do that. That's pretty cute. I don't know why I've never done that before on any of the stuff that I write. Watching the Democratic candidates and spouses in whose interest those forces are acting melt down all by themselves. The Trump campaign doesn't have to lift a finger for this clown show bus to crash between the four of them in real time. Take Doug Imhoff, please. Had to be done. Sorry, couldn't resist. Kamala's skeevy creepster spouse and Jen Psaki declared new icon. Jen Circleback Psaki declared new icon of American non-toxic masculinity. A confirmed Danny Boinker and reputed girlfriend Boinker, girlfriend Bonker, whose previous peccadillos are blithely waved aside as so many distractions. And one is not supposed to point out that distraction is not a denial because Doug is different than Donald. Second gentleman, or as I've started to call him now, the second man whore, Doug Imhoff dismissed scrutiny of his personal life during an interview on Friday, calling tabloid investigations into his past relationships and comments about Vice President Kamala Hamasnik a distraction. We don't have time to be pissed off. We don't have time to focus on it, Imhoff said in excerpts of an interview that will air on full on Monday on MSDNC's Morning Joe. Is anybody else not going to set their DVR for that one? It's all a distraction. I guess I probably should, though, just because, reasons. But anyway, it's designed to try to get us off our game. Wait, you have game? Are you sure about that? Imhoff did not directly address allegations published by Daily Mail earlier this month that he struck his then-girlfriend in public in 2012, though the Harris campaign has denied this particular account in a statement to Semaphore. We all know how that works. His vice president wife, who is rumored to be the Democratic nominee for president, Job had to take an entire day off from campaigning with checks calendar and notes 14 days to go until the actual kind of the point election day thingy happens. Poor dear must be exhausted from her brutal schedule or trying to keep consecutive coherent thoughts in her head for longer than an hour. Embrace the power of and. Interviews are her kryptonite. Jesse Waters, 2 weeks to go until the election day, Kamala Harris took the day off from campaigning. Instead, she spent the day preparing for a taped NBC interview, which she failed epically. She proved she's a liar and said the American dream is dead. The party of joy is no more. Let's listen.
2 weeks to go until election day, and Democrats just yanked Kamala Harris off the campaign trail. She took the day off. 0 campaign events today. And the only thing on her schedule, 2 interviews, not even live. She spent all day preparing because that last interview with Brett, not that great. Or maybe she wasn't preparing at all. We'll show you the interviews later, and you can decide for yourself. Trump says maybe she was getting her beauty rest.
She's sleeping right now. She couldn't go on the trail. You know, you think when you have 14 days left, you wouldn't be sleeping. Think of it.
Sleeping at the switch. All right, so we're not going to watch that whole thing, but I thought it was funny to get that part in there for reasons. But so at this point, I'd ask how stupid they could get, but it's kind of become a rhetorical question. They answer it without even being asked in any event. Harris, for the second day in a row, and with 13 days to go, 0 rallies, just travel prep for a CNN appearance this evening, which is again going to be pre-recorded. People at this point are starting to ask if she's just throwing in the towel. Is she going through the motions? This is a solid question, and it's one that I think should be addressed. Because, yes, I think in a lot of ways she is just going through the motions. It's terrifying to me that we are now 13 days from an election, and we have one candidate who's basically missing in action, who keeps changing her mind about all the things because at 1 minute she's not banning fracking anymore. Then it's, well, she's not really banning fracking, but she's just going to make sure they don't do any new leases. Then it's back to she's considering banning fracking again. The people in Pennsylvania must be getting whiplash. It's probably why Trump is ahead in the polls in Pennsylvania. It's probably why, as we talked about in the afternoon show today, the blue wall is in danger of cracking. And if the blue wall cracks properly, it may never be able to be rebuilt. Just to give you guys a heads up of what my dream would be, we get Trump into office for 4 years. Vance steps aside and helps push DeSantis. We get him for 8 years. Then Vance comes back and does the job for 8 more years. Or as a matter of fact, I mean, I wouldn't even necessarily be opposed just to set it up if maybe, I don't know how many terms can you have as vice president? I think it's the same. I think you can only have 2. So Vance would have to step aside for at least 1 term and then come back maybe as DeSantis vice president just to set up another potential 8 years. Now, is it going to happen? No. Is it likely to happen? No, but we're talking dream team moments here. What I'm telling you is it's going to take at least a generation to undo most of the damage that they have done. It's probably going to take longer because nobody talks about how long this damage has actually been taking place. This started shortly after the Civil War, and I've gone into this in the afternoon show ad infinitum. So just as a reminder, you can always go check back there for the full explanation. But in 1913, they made us serfs again. Nobody talks about that. And it's just the truth of it. But now we have 2 campaigns that are vastly different, one of which that has thrown democracy out the window in hopes to quote unquote save democracy. But one must remember there's no limit on VP. This is why I love my chat. So it could work. Vance could be basically Trump's VP and then DeSantis VP for 8 years and then come back and run and do two terms of his own. I mean, you want to talk about using vice presidential duties as farm team to get ready to do the gig? That would be absolutely amazing, in my opinion. 3 terms as a VP and then get 2 terms as president. That would be awesome. Again, is it going to happen? I don't really know. But we're talking about dream team moments here. But for the moment, we can't really talk about dream team because we're 13 days away. And we can't let the foot off the gas because the momentum is swinging. And again, if you don't think it is, I would like to remind you that the media now 4 days? This was Sunday, I think. So 4 days later, 3 days, not counting Sunday, is still having kittens over Donald Trump being a fry cook for 15 minutes and handing out food at what everybody knew was a closed and heavily screened McDonald's because Kamilama Hamasnik and everybody around her is still calling the guy Hitler. But I want to remind you that obviously Trump hearts Hitler didn't stick, or this wouldn't be the next thing they have in the chamber. And I know I keep coming back to this, but that's, it's kind of what we do around here. We take a serious look at everything and make sure that everybody understands that they have lots of October surprises left to try to throw our way. I don't think they're going to stick, but it doesn't mean they're not going to keep trying. Now, here's another little interesting tidbit, and we are going to take just a quick break because reasons. Need to make sure G got the link to the studio key because he's coming up here in about 20 minutes. But so the Redcoats are at it again, in case you missed the memo. And because the Redcoats are at it again and actually are trying to help the Democrats, the Trump campaign has filed an FEC violation charge. So we'll see what comes of that. But I guess it's Patriots versus Redcoats round 3. Hasn't gone well for the British yet. I don't know why they're trying to stick their nose in our stuff again. And last I checked, that's election interference. It's funny how Donald Trump was impeached for something not even nearly this bad. All right, so we are going to take a quick break. We will be right back. My name is Rick Robinson. This is my show that I normally do on Sunday nights, America Off the Rails. You can also find me on Tuesday through Friday between the hours of noon to 3 doing the Rick Robinson Show right here live on KLRMradio.com. See the chat starting to fill up. See the numbers starting to come in. Make sure you guys are liking and sharing the feed wherever you're finding it at. We'll be back in about 2 minutes. Going to go make sure G found the keys.
Come take my hand, come take my hand. We'll walk this road together through the storm. Whatever weather, cold or warm. Let me know that you're not alone. Not afraid, I'm not afraid to take a stand. Take a stand. Everybody, come take my hand. Come take my hand. We'll walk this road together.
My dad was really, really special, and I loved my dad a lot.
I'm proud of him, and that even though he isn't here with us, but he died as a true hero.
I miss everything about him.
In the moment that the officers and I had to come see the children, my biggest reaction was, I don't have 7 arms. I have 7 children who just lost their father, and I don't have 7 arms to wrap around them.
I'm Frank Silla, chairman of the Stephen Silla Tunnel to Towers Foundation. Our foundation is committed to delivering mortgage-free homes for Gold Star families and fallen first responder families.
To not have to worry financially is a huge peace of mind. The thought of, what in the world will I possibly do to pay the bills? How will I possibly let the children have a life that feels normal? I don't want them to have to quit their piano lessons or their basketball. I don't want them to feel that we have to move into a little apartment and struggle financially in addition to the emotional weight.
There are over 1,000 families that need our help. Tunnel to Towers is honoring those heroes that risk their lives by providing them with mortgage-free homes.
Those who serve us and then lay down their lives protecting our freedoms and our safety, the least we can do is $11 a month to give them that peace of always knowing there's a home, there's that sanctuary when life feels like it's been tipped upside down, because it has. When you lose a parent in the line of duty, to know you can go home, you can be safe, there's no risk of losing your home. That's a peace of mind that I can't believe you can get for $11 a month.
I'd like to ask you to contribute $11 a month to support their efforts.
Please donate $11 a month by calling 1-844-BRAVEST or visit tunneltotowers.org.
Uh-oh, guess what day it is? Guess what day it is? Huh? Anybody?
It is Wednesday, my dudes.
Otherwise known as Chat Lives Matter Night, right here live on KLRMradio.com. I'm Rick Robinson. normally part of the opening act for the Whatever Show right here live every Wednesday night at 7 p.m. Eastern. However, Miss Stacy Lennox is off at Oktoberfest, so we have a special Wednesday edition of the America Off the Rails show, which is funny because this is actually back where this show started. So many years ago. It bounced around from Startup Wednesday to Late Night Wednesday to now it's on Sundays, and occasionally it's used when we need to fill time on a Wednesday. Want to thank everybody for hanging out, and I got Jersey Joe, otherwise known as Reaver of Common Sense, hanging out in the chat. Does an amazing show over on SHR Media. We actually syndicate it here on Monday nights. He's live at I think it's 10 Eastern, and then we run him at 11 Eastern. I think. I don't remember. I know we run him an hour after he normally does his own stuff. Because we have shows on in that place. He does that. I believe it's on Mondays and on Fridays. But if you haven't been checking it out, you should be. Dude knows his stuff. All right. So, and yeah, 9 p.m. Eastern. So yeah, I was right. So yeah. So it's 9 p.m. Eastern regular time, 10 p.m. Eastern our time. I knew it was somewhere around there. I have too many numbers in my head anymore. I can't keep up with all this stuff. And we've signed like 6 new shows in the last 2 months. So now I'm even more confused than I was before. But yeah, as he pointed out, and I've got it up on the screen right now, Trump allegation is an old allegation debunked that he touched a girl linked to Epstein. This was tried in 2016. So, and as Jeff pointed out, and I talked about this right before the break, our very own programming director and awesome show host in his own right pointed out that apparently there is no limit on VP. So we could get my dream team. I can't click on that inside the feed. Anyway, I keep trying to not show these things and it keeps going. But yeah, no, that doesn't work. I have to copy and paste, and ain't nobody got time for that. Anyway, I'll get it recommitted to memory soon. I haven't really looked at it much since we made all the changes. It won't take long. We keep adding new things. So until we're done adding new things, I'm not really trying to keep up with all of it because reasons. But anyway, so we've got about 15 minutes till the changeover. Don't forget, top of the hour, we have the Conservative Curmudgeon Radio Show. Then we'll be joining the Behind Enemy Lines Radio Show on the This Week in Buffoon channel over on Rumble and on YouTube. We'll be carrying that live. Then we should have myself and Ordnance J. Packard, hopefully at the end of the night, doing the Rick and Orty Show. Then I'll be back with you tomorrow afternoon on the Thursday edition of the Rick Robinson Show. And then after that, actually, I think that's it for the night. I think we have another show that we're going to start running soon, but I'm still trying to narrow down the dates on that. We've also added new content, and we may have them joining us a little bit on election night since they'll be running concurrent with us. Actually, 2 different groups. SHR Media, which I was just referencing, will be coming in throughout the night to add their perspective to our election coverage. We also have the Manorama panel, which I've been a part of lately, who is joining the KLR Radio family. He officially announced that today. So we may have them popping in from time to time as well on election night because that's their, I believe, 2-year anniversary show. So yeah, lots of things happening here at KLR Radio. It's all because of folks like you, and it's primarily because everybody seems to really like us since we started streaming on X. So thanks, everybody. But anyway, so let's see what other trouble we can get into real quick, because we've only got a few minutes left anyway. So let's see if there's any new. So we've already talked about that one. So here's an interesting thing that I really wasn't planning on talking about. And it is, again, a bit of a sneak peek behind the paywall over on Town Hall. So we're going to put this QR code up for anybody that wants to decide they like the VIP stuff. There's a way you can get money off of your VIP subscription. Scan this code, get 50% off. Current promo code, as far as I know, if you sign up through Twitchy, is still libtard. They have one pretty much everywhere. But I use this one because that's who I write for. But yeah, so a little bit of a peek behind the paywall real quick while I get this pulled back up. And you're not, well, I mean, some of you are going to believe this. Some of you are going to think I'm making it up because you're just wrong. But there's that. All right. So hang on. What if I told you that almost 900 medals were lost to trans competitors in women's sports, according to a United Nations report? Reem Al Salam, the UN Special Rapporteur on Violence Against Women and Girls, has issued a bombshell report that states that over 600 female athletes in more than 400 competitions have lost more than 890 medals in 29 different sports due to transgendered athletes competing as females. The replacement of the female sports category with a mixed sex category has resulted in an increasing number of female athletes losing opportunities, including medals, when competing against males, wrote Al Salim. Unfortunately, Al Salim neglected to stipulate which athletes and what sports lost medals, nor did she list which trans athletes were at issue. That information is partially contained in a footnote to the report, and it's hoped that more conclusive documentary proof will be forthcoming. Nevertheless, the sheer numbers should raise red flags with executives in various sports authorities worldwide. Al Salim has a common sense solution that will have trans advocates mad as hell. Sports Examiner provides a transcript of her comments during a news conference. In order to ensure fairness, dignity, and safety, yeah, like that's going to happen, for all, including females, women, and girls, females, we should need to women and girls, females, we should need to maintain maintain a female only category in sports, while at the same time also having more open categories for those wishing to play sports in categories that do not respond to the sex they were born into. That is one thing. The other thing is, as requested by many women and girls in sports, is to bring back, or actually not bring back, is to introduce sex screening, which, as you know, was discontinued in 1999. So that should sex screening have become a lot more reliable now and more cheap, could be administered and in a confidential, dignified manner, should be introduced as an element of what was that called eligibility in female sports. Addressing the General Assembly, Al Salim noted that male intrusion into women's sports has raised the risk of sexual harassment, assault, and voyeurism, not just in the sporting arena, but in the locker room and bathroom. Notes National Review's Carolyn Downey. Al Salim argues that the international governing bodies of sports have abdicated their responsibility to female athletes by allowing anyone to compete as a female as long as their testosterone level meets an arbitrary standard. Some sports federations mandate testosterone suppression for athletes in order to qualify for female categories in elite sports, Al Salim wrote in her report. However, pharmaceutical testosterone suppression for genetically male athletes, irrespective of how they identify, will not eliminate the set of comparative performance advantages they have already acquired. Al Salim is also concerned that athletes who take testosterone-suppressing drugs present sports bodies with an ethical and human rights dilemma. As we know from the many studies that we have, males have a biological advantage in sports, especially during and after puberty. And artificial suppression of testosterone does not do away with this advantage. Well, wait, you're saying we should trust the science? I'm confused. Sounds like you're saying we should trust the science. But I was told that biology isn't a science anymore, that it's more of like a mystical kind of thing, because it's like Russian roulette, man. You can pop out in the wrong body and you can have reassignment surgery to fix it. I was told these kind of things aren't considered scientific fact anymore. Yes, I'm being facetious, but it's because it's fucking retarded. I mean, let's just be real here. I don't even need to keep reading this. Let's just be real. Because here's my problem with every single bit of this. Is she wrong about what she's suggesting? No. Is it exactly what we should be doing? Yes. But the problem is it's not going to happen. You know why it's not going to happen? Because too many people have been made to feel bad for saying there are only two genders. I don't care what you pretend you are behind closed doors. That is between you, your maker, and whichever family you are around that has to put up with your shenanigans. And yes, I know I just broke a rule, so it has to happen.
I swear to God, I'll pistol whip the next guy that says shenanigans.
It's not my fault. It was needed. But here's my point. If you want to talk about the patriarchy, if you want to talk about women being erased, you need to look no further than what is happening right now. And I'm even saying this about Bruce Jenner, for God's sake. And no, I don't call him the other name because I don't care. You want to be called Catherine or whatever the hell it is you go by now, Bruce, then finish the reassignment stuff. Then we'll talk. As long as you've still got the twig and berries, you're not committed to this movement. And therefore, I don't need to call you anything other than Bruce because I don't know what's broken in your brain and I don't care. I am not required to go along with your delusions. This is something that needs to become a hard and fast rule in this country again. We are not required to entertain the crazy people. For some reason, we have decided that we must. And I don't understand why. And it's just the truth of it. I don't understand why. Because if you really want to talk about women being erased, you're watching it happen right now. There are mediocre men in sports that are becoming women and then dominating sports fields. Why? Because they get trophies. Because it makes them, in their own way, feel like they matter. At least that's what they tell you. But you cannot tell me, as a man, that if you've become a woman just so you can compete, that there's not something in the back of your brain going, man, I must really suck to have had to have done all of this just to get a trophy and to get some recognition. I must really suck. We used to tell people when they sucked. You know what happens when you tell people they suck? They either quit or they get better. And if they were going to quit, then they didn't really want to do it in the first place. But if it was something that they really wanted to do, they figured out how to get better at it. You know how many times when I first started doing this, I was told that I sucked on a daily basis? You know what I figured out? I went back and started listening to my shows. I figured out how long, when I had too many pauses, when I had dead air, how many times did I say the word Was there ever any point where my inner Okie became an outer Okie? And I started working on it because it was something that I wanted to do. Did it hurt my feelings? Yes. Was I pissed off more than once that somebody took something that I thought was awesome, took it apart, put it back together, and told me that it sucked? Yes, but I used it as a learning experience. The simple fact of the matter is we can't all be Michael Jordan, just like we can't all be that guy. Would I love to be that guy? Yes, it's why I use this time slot now. Because when I was doing terrestrial radio, I had a couple of different programming directors that told me that I reminded them of him. And I took that to heart. But the point of this is the following. We do not live in a fantasy land. We do not live in a world where you get to be whatever you want to be whenever you want to be it because you've decided that's what you are. What you do behind closed doors is your own business. What you do in public is everyone's business. And I'm tired of having to entertain the crazy. And that goes with everybody. Because it happened again today. So Scaramouche is talking about, how, I don't even remember what he said. But, of course, he's thrown his lot in with Kamala because now he's hoping he gets a job in that campaign, which will probably last another 2.5 seconds if she happens to get elected, which is now less than probable unless they heavily cheat again. But so the first thing I ask, because he's all talking about the fascists and everything, is, well, then why are you supporting the fascists? So then somebody comes onto my feed and says, well, obviously you don't know what fascism means. So I basically corrected their grammar and the question that they asked me because they left a very important word out from the way they phrased it. And then I explained to them what fascism means, not by looking it up, but because it's kind of what I do. And they then told me that I needed to Google more. First of all, I didn't Google. Second of all, that is pretty much the definition of fascism. Third of all, we're not the ones that threw democracy out the window because we thought we were going to lose, all in the guise of trying to, quote unquote, save democracy. It's nuts. And now they're having kittens, so much so that they're doing everything they can to throw whatever they can at the wall and just in hopes that something sticks. And it's not going to matter. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to tell you what I've been telling you now for months. And I'm not stealing Joe's line. I've used it before, but now that I hear him use it all the time, I'm not going to, I guess it's not one I use often, but it did pop into my head. But as he often says, and you should be watching his show too, because he's awesome. Fight like you're the third monkey on the ramp to Noah's Ark and it's starting to rain. That's how you should be too. Pretty simply, because fight like we're 20 points down, because that's probably about where we are to account for the cheating. So vote and fight like we're 20 points down. If you can vote early, bank your vote. Mail it in, go in person, but don't just stay home that day either. At that point, if you've already banked your vote, go start knocking on doors, making sure your friends are going to vote. If they need help getting to be able to vote, help them go vote. Ladies and gentlemen, in the closing moments of this show, because I do have to change over for G in just a minute, I need to remind you that if their plan works, if this short campaign season that they've pulled off by taking all the rules and throwing them out the window, and their side was perfectly fine with it, actually happens, and if it works, then guess what? We're never going to win another election because they're just going to keep doing it over and over and over again. That's why I'm saying November 5th is key, because if we can win this one, then there's a good chance we can start undoing some of the things that they have done that we are just starting to understand how badly everything has gotten. And those are my closing thoughts for this evening's America Off the Rails show. I'll be back with you tomorrow doing the Rick Robinson show right here live on KLRN Radio, starting at noon Eastern time. And I'll also be back with you, well, I guess not tomorrow night because there's no Jen and Rick tomorrow night. I haven't decided if I'm doing something special in that time slot or what I'm going to do. But we'll figure something out. But we got to get out of here. Got to make room for the conservative curmudgeon coming up next. My name's Rick. I'm the general manager around here. Hope you guys are liking the stuff we're putting out and all the new content we're adding. We'll see you guys. I'll be back in a minute pushing buttons, but a lot more quiet, I promise.
Screw you guys. I'm going home. Later.
Game over, man. It's game over.
My dad was really, really special, and I loved my dad a lot.
I'm proud of him, and that even though he isn't here with us, but he died as a true hero. I miss everything about him.
In the moment that the officers and I had to come see the children, my biggest reaction was, I don't have 7 arms. I have 7 children who just lost their father, and I don't have 7 arms to wrap around them.
I'm Frank Silla, chairman of the Stephen Silla Tunnel to Towers Foundation. Our foundation is committed to delivering mortgage-free homes for Gold Star families and fallen first responder families.
To not have to worry financially is a huge peace of mind. The thought of, what in the world will I possibly do to pay the bills? How will I possibly let the children have a life that feels normal? I don't want them to have to quit their piano lessons or their basketball. I don't want them to feel that we have to move into a little apartment and struggle financially in addition to the emotional weight.
There are over 1,000 families that need our help. Tunnel to Towers is honoring those heroes that risked their lives by providing them with mortgage-free homes.
Those who serve us and then lay down their lives protecting our freedoms and our safety, the least we can do is $11 a month to give them that peace of always knowing there's a home, there's that sanctuary when life feels like it's been tipped upside down, because it has. When you lose a parent in the line of duty, to know you can go home, you can be safe, there's no risk of losing your home. That's a peace of mind that I can't believe you can get for $11 a month.
I'd like to ask you to contribute $11 a month to support their efforts.
Please donate $11 a month by calling 1-844-BRAVEST or visit tunneltotowers.org.
This Halloween season, prepare for thrills, chills, and everything in between. It's Vamptober on KLRN Radio. All October long, your favorite KLRN shows are taking a walk on the dark side. Dive into bone-chilling stories, uncover creepy science, and explore the paranormal with our special vampire-themed episodes. Don't miss a moment of the fright-filled fun. Tune in all month long for Vamptober, only on KLRN Radio.
Are you brave enough to step into the shadowy realm of Barovia? Join us on Ask God North, where we unravel the mysteries of Ravenloft, one chilling tale at a time. From the terror of Strahd to the whispers of the Vistani, we're your guide through the fog. Tune in, if you dare, for a journey where this episode could be your last, or your most thrilling adventure yet. Saturday the 26th at 8 p.m. Eastern. And subscribe to Ask God North, where legends come alive and darkness whispers back.
You are listening to KLRN Radio, where liberty and reason still reign.
Hi, everyone. This is JJ, the co-founder of Good Pods. If you haven't heard of it yet, Good Pods is like Goodreads or Instagram, but for podcasts. It's new, it's social, it's different, and it's growing really fast. There are more than 2 million podcasts, and we know that it is impossible to figure out what to listen to. On Good Pods, you follow your friends and podcasters to see what they like. That is the #1 way to discover new shows and episodes. You can find Good Pods on the web or download the app. Happy listening.
The following program contains coarse language and adult themes. Listener discretion is advised.
It's time now for the Conservative Curmudgeon Radio Show. Now, here's Grouchy.
Good evening. Welcome in. Hope you're holdover from America off the rails. If not, you should be.
We kind of hold them hostage now. I don't shut the feed down anymore. So
Well, I mean that's a good thing. I mean, I don't have a problem with that at all. They should be held hostage. They should be made to stay and listen. The problem is we really can't. So all we can do is, bust our cojones to bring you the best stuff that we can bring, and it's up to you, really. I mean, it's America. You're still free to choose. I understand that Trump is going on TV tonight.
I know she's doing a CNN something or other. I haven't really paid that much attention to what's going on with him today because
so I expect low turnout. Everybody will be watching, of course, the big names on the big cable channels, which is a shame because they're the same people that they've always been, and nothing that anybody is going to say is going to change your mind at this point. If you claim that you're an undecided and impressionable voter at this point, you're a liar. I'm sorry. I have a hard time believing there's anybody out there that's still undecided. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. And if you truly, truly are undecided, I need to hear what's in your head because I think you might be a shit for brains kind of person. Anyway, so Kamala's live. Trump may or may not be live. I don't know. Maybe I read it wrong. I don't know. I junk out on this stuff. I really do. And I've got the fatigue. It's beating me down. And quite frankly, I'm looking forward to next Wednesday when I don't have to carry the load of this shit. So anyway, we're going to do this thing tonight. I'm trying to think. Oh yeah, by the way, have you heard Trump's literally Hitler? Yes. Yes. Yeah, right. And then I've also heard stories about this Democratic strategist Keith Edwards that's molested children at a Democrat donors dinner. I don't know. They say there's video of it. Just what I heard. But it's These people are so stupid. You know, I saw Jody from Red Wine. She was talking about how come they never invoke Pol Pot. It's just like, you know, yeah, Mussolini, you know, somebody else. It's always Hitler. Always Hitler. Hitler all the time. Remember when they did the Hitler posters of Romney back in what, 12 or 14 or whatever the hell
it was 2012.
2012, yeah. Romney was Hitler then. Now it's Trump.
Well, hell, Cheney was Hitler. Now they're
Cheney was Darth Vader.
Well, same difference.
But yeah, apparently the new Democrat thing is you join the Democrat Party and you get to shoot people. So of course Cheney's all over it.
Dude, he was like in like Flynn. He's like, wait, I can actually shoot people and not get in trouble for it now? Cool, I'm in.
Yeah, that incredible Liz Cheney taint-sucking Adam Kinzinger at the gun range with some stinking Democrat, and they actually shot a reporter covering the event. Actually, they didn't shoot him. They were shooting steel way too close, and a piece of shrapnel hit the reporter in the arm. Unbelievable. Kinzinger shooting the gun like he's never seen one before. Safety glasses on top of his head, dust cover port in wrong position. He's got the butt of the gun up against his cheek using the fat pad on his fat face to try to cushion it. He's leaning backwards like the recoil is going to hurt his little delicate back. Quit being a pussy, Kinzinger.
So
shoot the gun.
Did you happen to see what was on the table though?
Yeah,
right
the tannerite on the table. What? Not 5 feet away.
Can you imagine what would have happened if the shrapnel would have hit that?
Oh my God! Or one of those hot ejection shells.
Oof.
Yeah, I mean, just what a bunch of fuckwits.
They're lucky this wasn't a mass casualty event. I'm just
No
saying.
kid, you are not lying there. I mean, they say God protects the stupid. Well, he was there today. Anyway, God. Kamala's going with the Hitler thing. That's her new line. This is the big October surprise, I guess.
Oh no, they have an October surprise in waiting too. I talked about it.
They have another one.
Yeah, I talked about it earlier, but I'll put it up on your screen. Hang on, here we go.
Oh, I have my notes up, so I can't see.
Anyway, so basically, it's from Keith Edwards. Breaking: I have been told that Trump.
That's what I was referencing earlier.
Yeah. So the literally Hitler thing didn't really work this time, and the I Heart Hitler thing didn't really work this time. So instead,
let me just go ahead, and I'm sure you said this earlier too, but if there was actually a video of Trump groping a child, it would not be held back.
Like there are countless videos of Joe Biden groping children and sniffing their hair.
I'm just
saying.
Yeah, I mean it's crazy that they're digging so deep and they're so desperate. Their internal polling must be for shit. That's the only thing I can think of.
Well, just to tell you exactly how bad their internal polling must be, the media is now running cover for campaign strategist type folks that want to leak information and calling them just generic Dem strategists.
Right.
But everybody knows the calls are coming from inside the house. But there's been like 4 leaks in the last 48 hours.
Keith Edwards was also the comms director for Florida's failed Democrat governor candidate, Nikki Fried. She's, for people not familiar with Nikki, she's on Twitter. You can look her up. She is fucking cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, let me tell you. But she actually thought she had a chance to beat DeSantis, and she couldn't even beat Charlie Crist. So that tells you what Florida thinks of her. Anywho, ready to get to the scripted part of the show? I mean, hell, we're 10 minutes in already.
Wait, you have scripting?
Dude, I have notes tonight. I do. I have notes.
Look at you coming all prepared and stuff.
Well, I try to be. I really do. I try. But according to President Joe Biden's Justice Department, it is now a federal crime to prevent illegal ballots in presidential elections. That's right. Barely 30 days before the 2024 election, the Justice Department sued the state of Virginia to prohibit its removal of the names of non-citizens from the voting rolls. Governor Glenn Youngkin was enforcing a 2006 Virginia law, but the Biden administration portrayed that action as an attack on the cornerstone of our democracy. Youngkin denounced the federal lawsuit as a desperate attempt to attack the legitimacy of the elections in Virginia. But this lawsuit is just the latest in the Democrats' long war against honest voting. And it began way back with the Clinton administration's Motor Voter Act. That 1993 law mandated voter registration in every welfare and food stamp office in the nation. Yes, mandated it. Brent Thompson, executive director of the Fair Government Foundation, observed in 1996 that the motor voter law did away with a panoply of anti-fraud mechanisms long relied on by the states to police and deter fraudulent voting. In 2015, the Democratic presidential candidate Hillary Clinton condemned voter ID requirements as part of a sweeping effort to disempower and disenfranchise people of color, poor people, and young people. Apparently, she feels these are all people too stupid to have identification. A Washington Post headline aptly summarized her message: Hillary Clinton declares war on voter ID. Verifying identification was, quote, unnecessary because as long as enough ballots showed up with a check by Hillary's name, she would be irrevocably entitled to all the power she could seize in the following 4 years. Lax voting procedures in some states were insufficient to enable Hillary to capture the White House, but the panic induced by COVID-19 enabled politicians to radically loosen the rules for the next presidential election. Many states made it easier, if not automatic, to vote by mail, even though a 2012 New York Times analysis concluded that, quote, fraud in voting by mail is vastly more prevalent than the in-person voting fraud that has attracted far more attention. Ta-da! New York Times admits that there's voter fraud. And in case you needed more proof of it, there's a nice photo of Tim Walz standing over his son's back as his son is putting his ballot together to cast. I understand that he is, a young man that is not completely fully facultied. He has challenges that he lives with. But that does not give Tim Walz the right to stand over him and coach his voting. That is illegal. Jimmy Carter, 100-year-old Jimmy Carter, who apparently in the video they posted for his birthday celebration spent about an hour outside and didn't blink, didn't close his mouth, didn't move his hands or his fingers the entire time. There's still color to his skin. He is alive. But how does he a month later, after his grandson tells the world that he has been non-communicative and is unable to move on his own, how did he cast a ballot?
Very good question. But are we sure it's not just makeup? They can make you look like you have color when you don't. Just saying.
I mean, either way, if the testimony of his grandson is that he's uncommunicative and unable to move on his own, how does he cast a ballot? Voter fraud. It's that simple. It is absolutely that simple. You can't say, well, that's what he wanted, so I filled it out for him. No, you can't do that. You cannot do that. Some states abandon any effort to verify mail ballots, dropping requirements for matching signatures, return addresses, or having a witness verify the person and the vote. Civil Rights Commissioner J. Christian Adams noted that Democrats succeeded in tossing out state laws related to absentee ballot verification, deadlines, and a whole range of laws, all in the name of COVID. Neither the Elections Clause or the U.S. Constitution, rules for federal elections, shall be prescribed in each state by the legislature thereof, nor state law stopped the rigging of the 2020 vote. Michigan sent unsolicited absentee voter ballot applications by mail to all 7.7 million registered Michigan voters without signature verification as expressly required by state law. The Wisconsin Elections Commission approved setting up to 500 unmanned ballot drop boxes in major Democratic cities in violation of Wisconsin law. That commission and local election officials encouraged all Wisconsin voters Wisconsin law to avoid security measures like certification and photo ID requirements. As the Texas Attorney General noted in a brief to the U.S. Supreme Court, the Wisconsin Supreme Court ruled that election officials acted illegally, but that did nothing to nullify the hundreds of thousands of votes that came in via illicit loopholes. Biden carried Wisconsin by 20,000 votes. To stifle controversy over election rules change, Biden's media allies created a fairy tale. A week after Election Day, the New York Times ran a banner headline across the front page: "Election officials nationwide find no fraud." How did the Times know? Their reporters basically called election officials in each state and asked, "Did you find any voter fraud?" A total lack of voter fraud in an election with more than 100 million voters would have required divine intervention to achieve. Biden's 2020 victory became the election equivalent of the Immaculate Conception. A Washington Post headline scoffed that anyone who doubted Biden's victory was an election denier, placing them in the same odious category as Holocaust deniers. An ABC News analysis portrayed distrust of the election result as a form of mental illness. Most of the American media pretended that voter fraud was so rare that the mere suggestion of its occurrence was a heresy against democracy. But a few weeks after Biden was sworn in as president, a federal investigation revealed that the U.S. government bankrolled some of the most brazenly corrupt elections in modern times. The Special Inspector General for Afghanistan Reconstruction issued a report titled "Elections: Lessons from the U.S. Experience in Afghanistan" that should have received far more attention across the country. SIGAR, which that's the acronym, Special Inspector General for Afghanistan Reconstruction, blah, blah, blah. SIGAR revealed that the net result of 15 years of U.S. pro-democracy assistance quote, "the most corrupt the country ever held." How bad is that? U.S. tax dollars poured into the coffers of Afghanistan's Electoral Complaints Commission to safeguard voting, but that agency was a prime source of the most shameless vote stealing. U.S. aid enabled the Afghan government to purchase sophisticated electronic voting systems, But Segar's report warned that because governments often control electoral commissions, that the procurement of election technology, they are well placed to use it to commit fraud. Segar ruefully noted, the true purpose of adopting election technologies may not be to actually reduce fraud, but to create the illusion of doing so. A U.S. Army colonel who deployed several times to Afghanistan told Segar that as early as 2006, the Afghan government had self-organized into a kleptocracy. Officials who were stealing everything else never hesitated to steal votes. The collapse of democratic legitimacy paved the way for the collapse of the U.S. puppet regime in Kabul in August of 2021, and we know how that went. The Biden administration sought to exploit COVID-era precedents to turn America into a Dropbox democracy, where minimal efforts by voters automatically sanctify maximum power for politicians. In 2021, the House of Representatives passed H.R. 1, the For the People Act, to force all states to adopt the most unreliable electoral procedures used during the pandemic. The bill, which failed in the Senate, would have compelled all future federal elections to permit paid ballot harvesting and universal mail-in voting, prohibit checking voter ID, and require states to count ballots that arrive 10 days after an election.
All right, bear with me, folks. We've lost G for a moment, trying to see if I can get him back.
Oh.
And now he's back. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, I don't know either. I don't know where we were when I dropped off either. But anyway.
It was about 30 seconds ago.
Okay, so many of the same Democrats who championed COVID vaccine passports, which disproportionately barred blacks from restaurants and gyms, also insist that requiring voters to show ID is Jim Crow at its worst. Histrionics and shenanigans continue to be the Democrats' preferred substitute for election integrity. Kamala Harris objected to voter ID requirements because she bizarrely claimed it was, quote, almost impossible for rural voters to photocopy their ID papers. Rural voter of color here, and I can accomplish this task from walking out the front door to having my copies in hand in under 10 minutes. The city of Detroit responded to a Republican National Party Freedom of Information Act request for ballot Dropbox surveillance footage by claiming that the footage had been deleted. Election night, poll watchers from witnessing miraculous comeback. In Georgia, Judge Thomas Cox on Wednesday struck down the Georgia State Election Board's new rules to require video surveillance of ballot drop boxes and to regulate ballot harvesting. Lawsuits are proceeding regarding lax standards for absentee mail-in ballots in North Carolina, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Texas, and elsewhere. Preventing bogus ballots should not be treated like a moral or theological issue. When did verifying votes democracy? Why is the crusading to turn voting into an entitlement program for non-citizens? Do Democrats seek to make the actual voting as fraud-ridden as politicians' campaign promises? Elections need rigorous safeguards against because trading has always individuals of mankind since 2000 have been heavily tainted by allegations of foul play. American democracy has zero legitimacy to spare at this point. And if you followed me for any amount of time online, you know there's no more staunch advocate for voter ID than me. There are over 80 countries in the world that issue voter ID cards to their citizens. There is no reason that this country cannot do the same. None. And I know we're about at the bottom of the hour. I think we're going to go ahead and take the break. And when we come back, we're going to move into the Supreme Court decision on school choice. So stay tuned for that and more. And we'll wrap it up at the end, at the top of the hour, with G's happy ending. Happy ending, that is.
Through some hoops, wanna get my body loose, wanna tell you what to do. I've been running out of bounds like an animal struggling, looking for a diamond. I'm trying, I'm fighting, riding in the river now.
This Halloween, KLRN Radio brings you a hilarious journey back in time. Relive the classic terror of War of the Worlds as performed in the only way KLRN players could do it. Join us for a special encore presentation of this legendary broadcast, originally aired in 2021. Will Earth survive the Martian invasion? Don't miss the thrills, the chills, the iconic terror, and the bong rips. It's War of the Worlds, KLRN Radio style. Tune in for the replay on Halloween night, only on KLRN Radio's X feed.
The turnips.
I'm Noble McIntyre of McIntyre Law, and I've been representing injured Oklahomans and their families for almost 30 years. At our firm, we've handled hundreds of crashes involving semis. They are huge vehicles, and when fully loaded, can weigh as much as 80,000 pounds. Most semi drivers are careful and professional drivers, but some big truck drivers and the companies they drive for are dangerous, and I've personally seen the devastating effects on families. If you or a loved one has been affected by a semi crash, contact us at 405-777-7000 or McIntyreLaw.com. We will fight for you.
Achieve platinum status in the Fuel Rewards program at Shell and save 10 cents per gallon on every fill. Right now, you're less than 5 miles away from your closest Shell, so make a pit stop this afternoon and fill your tank with Shell V-Power Nitro Plus Premium Gasoline. Click the screen now to learn more about platinum status and the Fuel Rewards program, or download the Shell app today. Platinum status is earned with 12 fill-ups over 3 months, 10-gallon minimum per fill-up at participating Shell locations. Terms apply. Visit www.fuelrewards.com/status.
It's back to school season for the kiddos, which means it's the perfect time to get your vacay on. Beaches are empty, resorts are quiet, and Cheap Caribbean Vacations has fall vacay deals up to, wait for it, 45% off.
Plus, you can score more site-wide savings and take an extra $50 off your booking now through September 5th. Take this as your sign to pencil in a vacay this fall and turn back to school season into back to beach season.
Go to cheapcaribbean.com to find your next all-inclusive vacay. Offer ends September 5th.
You can achieve platinum status in the Fuel Rewards program at Shell twice as fast by filling up 6 times with Shell V-Power Nitro Plus Premium Gasoline. Right now, you're less than 5 miles away from your closest Shell, so make a pit stop this afternoon and fill your tank with Shell V-Power Nitro Plus Premium Gasoline. Click the screen now to learn more about platinum status and the Fuel Rewards program. Fill-ups over 3 months, 10-gallon minimum per fill-up at participating Shell locations. Terms apply. Visit www.fuelrewards.com/status.
Hi, everyone. This is JJ, the co-founder of Good Pods. If you haven't heard of it yet, Good Pods is like Goodreads or Instagram, but for podcasts. It's new, it's social, it's different, and it's growing really fast. There are more than 2 million podcasts, and we know that it is impossible to figure out what to listen to. On Good Pods, you follow your friends and podcasters to see what they like. That is the #1 way to discover new shows and episodes. You can find Good Pods on the web or download the app. Happy listening.
The following program contains coarse language and adult themes. Listener discretion is advised.
All right. Yeah, silver tongue. Somebody's got it. I don't know. Anyway, here we go. Okay. In a boon to private school choice advocates, the Supreme Court on Tuesday ruled that Maine's school voucher program, which bars religious schools from participating, is unconstitutional. A decision with far-reaching implication that stands to loosen restrictions on the use of public education dollars for religious schools. In a 6-3 ruling, Chief Justice Roberts, in writing for the majority, held that Maine's program violates the constitutional guarantee to practice religion free from government interference. Because the benefits hinge on whether a school is religious, he wrote, the program effectively penalizes the free exercise of religion. Maine's decision to continue excluding religious schools from its tuition assistance program, Roberts wrote, promotes stricter separation of church and state than the federal Constitution requires. At issue in Carson v. Macon is a school voucher program in Maine that allows families who live in rural areas that do not have a designated high school to enroll their children in a non-sectarian school of their choice, which excludes religious schools. The plaintiffs in the case argued that the law unfairly excludes religious schools and violates their First Amendment rights. The state's lower courts disagreed, finding that Maine was within its rights to limit the tuition assistance program, but the Supreme Court's ruling on Tuesday undoes that. In coming to their decision, Roberts and his conservative colleagues drew heavily on Trinity Lutheran versus Comer and Espinoza v. Montana, Department of Revenue, two recent decisions that similarly cannot really available program. So as we explained in both Trinity Lutheran and Espinoza, such an interest in separating church and state more fiercely than the federal Constitution, Roberts cannot qualify as compelling in the face of the infringement of free exercise. Maine's non-sectarian requirement for this otherwise generally available tuition assistance payments violates the free exercise clause of the First Amendment, he concluded. Regardless of how the benefit and restriction are described, the program operates to identify and exclude otherwise eligible schools on the basis of their religious exercise. Though the program Maine operates is tiny, roughly 7,000 students live in an area without a designated high school. The High Court's decision effectively establishes that states offering money to private schools have to allow religious schools into those programs and expands the constitutionality of public funding for religious uses. This is a thunderclap for education freedom, said Tommy Schultz, CEO of the American Federation for Children. With today's ruling, the rights of American students have been resoundingly confirmed. Now, legislators in every state must take action to provide as many options as possible to families in their state. Justice Stephen Breyer, in authoring the dissenting opinion, joined by Justice Kagan and in part by Sotomayor, argued that the majority's decision dismantles the separation of church and state. The key word is may, Breyer wrote. We have never previously held what the court holds today, namely that a state must not use state or must use, not may use, state funds to pay for religious education as part of a tuition program designed to ensure the provision of free statewide public school education. What happens once may becomes must? He asked in the dissent. Does that transformation mean that a school district that pays for public schools must pay equivalent funds to parents who wish to send their children to religious schools? Yeah, I think it does. Does it mean that school districts that give vouchers for use at charter schools must pay equivalent funds to parents who wish to give their children a religious education? Well, see, here's the thing. If you can get state money to send your kid to a private school, what difference does it make whether there's a religious factor in the school or not? You're still sending public money to a private institution. What difference does it make if they practice religion? In a sharply worded opinion that drew from her dissent in the Trinity Lutheran case, Sotomayor wrote, "What a difference 5 years makes. In 2017, I feared that the court was leading us to a place where separation of church and state is a constitutional slogan, not a constitutional commitment. Today, the court leads us to a place where separation of church and state becomes a constitutional violation." A little melodramatic. The ruling was widely expected given the Supreme Court's conservative majority, and backlash was swift among public school supporters and religious freedom advocates who raised concerns over public funding backing schools that discriminate against LGBTQ employees and children. What about the children that aren't LGBTQ that are being, harassed with having it thrown in their face in public schools? It's always their side and only their side. Forcing American taxpayers to fund private religious education, even when those private schools fail to meet education standards. See, now here, that was addressed. These schools do not fail to meet the educational standards. That was the difference. Intentionally discriminate against students or use public funds to promote religious training, worship, and instruction erodes the foundation of our democracy and harms students, said Becky Pringle, president of the NEA. Yeah, rip-off artists, scammers, grifters. The Supreme Court's job is to interpret the Constitution, not invent doctrines to promote radical education policy outcomes. We are witnessing one of the most extreme courts in modern history rewrite the most basic social commitments of our society, she said, that publicly funded education should be free and open to all without discrimination. I don't know where that's written. I don't know where that's written, but I'll look for it. I will. I will look for it. So, yeah, there's that. That's going on. Things will change. People are people on the left, I should say, especially people on the left, are so upset about all these Supreme Court decisions because they're not going their way. For so long, we had a liberal majority on the Supreme Court, and there was never a problem. Trump puts 3 judges on the Supreme Court, and now they're losing their ever-loving minds because they're not getting the decisions that they're used to getting for a generation. And that's why they want to pack the court. There's no need to pack the court. It's, Alito and Thomas, regardless, their time is limited. They're going to be replaced. Who's going to replace them? We don't know yet. We don't know. If Trump wins, I suppose I would expect that they will both retire before his term does so that he can get 2 people appointed. Roberts isn't going anywhere. Kavanaugh and Barrett aren't going anywhere. So he could, it just, you don't know. You just don't know. Wouldn't it be something if Trump put 3 more justices on the Supreme Court? Wow. Wow. Anyway, let's get a little more closer to Kamala's campaign stuff here. This is not directly, but she's bragging about all her accomplishments, and one of the things that she brought up was their Inflation Reduction Act and their infrastructure spending. But Judge Glock of the Manhattan Institute wrote a little something that's kind of sobering on it. Congress provided $5 billion over a 5-year period to fund a national network of EV charging ports. And we are 3 years into the program, and there are 69 ports that have been created, fewer than the rest of the EV sector produces on a daily basis. I want you to think about that. On a daily basis. It's not even as though there are 69 different places where people can charge EVs courtesy of the federal government. No. Those 69 ports are only at 17 different locations. The government pats itself on the back by noting that the 69 ports are more than twice as many as last quarter. Oh, how fortuitous. The Biden administration has turned infrastructure spending into a branch of social services, focusing on support for favored groups more than developing the infrastructure itself. See, now help me if you remember any of them, Rick. They're slipping my mind right now, but I remember Fiskars was a car company. I know there were some solar companies, but billions and billions of dollars.
One of the ones.
Solyndra. That was
one of the ones that I've. Solyndra. Yeah, that was one.
Yeah. Yeah, so I mean, this is the same thing over again. Here we go. $5 billion, and we have 69 stations in 3 years at 17 locations. Wow.
Okay, you've said it like 5 times. I have to do this now.
Giggity, 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 giggity. Let's have sex.
Yeah, I can't. The number is what the number is. I didn't make it up. So
there are rules, though, sir. We have rules.
We do have rules. We are a proper society. So the Biden administration has turned infrastructure spending into a branch of social services, yada, yada, yada. That's already the way government approaches spending on public transportation. As government encroachment on automobiles continues, expect it to resemble public transportation in more ways. In addition to the spending in the infrastructure law, the so-called Inflation Reduction Act included a tax credit for EV chargers. To get the full credit, projects must abide by prevailing wage standards or have project labor agreements friendly to unions. Soon, mandates will apply even to charging stations that don't receive government funding. I don't know how they do that, but as of this month, Buy America requirements will now apply to EV charger projects receiving federal funding. They had previously been partially exempt, but the Biden administration is now bragging about how it has the shortest Buy America exemption list in history, proudly proclaiming that it is spending your money poorly. Yeah, that's exactly what they're doing. Government EV charging efforts have also been targeted to disadvantaged communities, but those are the ones least in need of EV charging stations. College graduates who make a six-figure salary are the most likely group of people to own an EV or be considering buying one, according to a 2023 Gallup research poll, which makes perfect sense given their price. These people do not live in disadvantaged communities. Therefore, these charging stations will help no one. Contrary to common belief, most infrastructure is not publicly owned and less of it should be. If $5 billion of taxpayer money directed to one of the current administration's top policy priorities is getting results this paltry, that's even more evidence that government involvement in infrastructure should be reduced. Couldn't agree more. And I mean, really, I know the price of EVs are coming down, but who's buying them? Okay, I work with a guy that has one. He has a Tesla, and he actually bought it used. It was, I don't even know how old it was. It wasn't very used. It only had like 5,000 miles on it when he bought it. But he loves it, which is great. But he tells me that when he goes on his trips, he has to plan accordingly. And, he knows he can only drive so far when he has to find a charging station. And then he knows he has to be there for a while it charges. And it delays him getting to his location, wherever that is, usually either in Georgia, North Carolina, or back home to Cincinnati, Ohio. Cincinnati trip takes him 2 days to make with stopping for charging. That's insane. That is absolutely insane. For me, a drive to Cincinnati from where we live down here on the Gulf is me getting up at 3 o'clock in the morning, hitting the road by 4, and I will pull into Cincinnati probably some 12 to 13 hours later. I'll be there in time for dinner. But not him. Not him. That's 2 days. I'm sure glad he saves on that gas money, though. I don't know, Rick. How do you think EVs would work like in rural Oklahoma?
They wouldn't. Not very well at all.
Yeah. This is what I'm thinking too. And, I don't know if anybody else has noticed that car manufacturers that also make trucks are falling away from V8 engines. And you're going to find more and more that there's not going to be trucks for working people. You can't haul a horse trailer with a 6-cylinder. I mean, I suppose you could, but it's not going to be very effective, and it's certainly not going to be very friendly. You're going to get probably worse gas mileage because the strain on the engine is going to be tremendous. It's just they don't get it. And well, actually, you know what? I'm wrong. They do get it. They don't care. They don't care about people that work for a living. They don't care that you need a truck that has power, that can pull horses or pull cattle, or can pull a trailer with a ton of grain on it, or 5 tons of grain on it, 8 tons of grain on it. They don't care about that. They absolutely don't care. Otherwise, they wouldn't be forcing this down our throats. I don't need a King Ranch. I don't. But I do still need a truck. I work in the tech industry, and sometimes I have equipment to haul. And I can't do that in a wind-up toy. I'm seriously, my Toyota Tundra is 17 years old, and I think that now that Toyota doesn't make the 5.7 liter engine anymore, I think I might put about $5,000 into my truck and keep it instead of trading it in and getting a new one, just because I don't want their V6 or their straight six or whatever the hell their six is. I don't want it. I like my V8. And if I want to pay to put gas in it, who the hell is the government to tell me no? Yay. Yeah, my ass. Anyway, all right. It's time. I've rambled long enough. It is time for G's guaranteed happy ending. On October
Patent
12th,
pending and trademark pending. And
patent pending, trademark filed, you name it. Keep your damn hands off my happy ending. Anyway, on October 12th, a Southwest Airlines pilot fell in love with a little kitten named Avery. While transporting him and 150 other shelter animals out of the path of Hurricanes Helene and Milton, partnering with a charity and an animal rescue, the plan was to take the dogs and cats from Milwaukee or to Milwaukee from Florence, South Carolina, where they could continue their goal of finding homes for them. However, Avery couldn't wait till landing and managed to latch on to Captain Priebus before they made it to Milwaukee. It was love at 30,000 feet, and I don't think Captain Matt was expecting to adopt a hurricane evacuee from Tennessee when he agreed to fly this amazingly special flight. But some things are just meant to be, according to Mira Horowitz, the Lucky Dog Animal Rescue CEO. Avery the kitten is definitely a lucky cat and was right at home with his new dad in the cockpit once they landed and parked. The over 150 dogs and cats had been in the care of animal shelters in eastern Tennessee and Florida prior to the two hurricanes. To secure their safety and ensure the impacted organizations could serve the needs of their communities, the shelter pets were transferred to Lucky Dog Animal Rescue's Rescue Campus in Florence. Once in Florence, the animals then boarded the emergency flight done pro bono by Southwest Airlines, thank you Southwest, in partnership with Greater Good Charities, to Milwaukee Mitchell International Airport in Wisconsin. Earlier in the week, Greater Good Charities delivered humanitarian aid, including shampoo, hygiene products, emergency packs filled with Mylar blankets, socks, laundry, sheets, more for displaced and impacted families in the Asheville area. These emergency packs included 6,000 pounds of aid items flown via Southwest Cargo free of charge. According to the news release from both the nonprofit and Southwest, the animals were transported to various shelters around the state and are ready to be adopted. They can be found at Wisconsin's Humane Animal Welfare Society, Elmbrook Humane Society, the Washington County Humane Society, and the Humane Society of Jefferson County, the Dane County Humane Society, Eau Claire Community Humane Association, Greene County Humane Society, and Illinois One Tail at a Time, among others. Truly grateful to Southwest Airlines for making this flight possible, because it gives breathing room to shelters dealing with unprecedented numbers of animals displaced by the storm who need care until they can be reunited with their owners, or in a lot of cases, what will be new owners. My friends, that's the show. If you like it, tell your friends. If they like it, you need new ones. But they and you are welcome with me every Wednesday night on KLRN Radio, America's podcast network, home of the Conservative Curmudgeon Show. I'm your host, The Grouch. Peace.
I hate this place.
One moment, please.
What you doing? I've been jumping through some hoops. Wanna get my body loose. Wanna tell you what to do. I've been running out of bounds like an animal struggling, looking for a diamond. I'm trying, I'm fighting, riding in the
I hate this place. Nothing works here. Medications don't work. I've been here for 7 years.
Here's to us, here's to love. All the times that we messed up. Here's to you. Feel the grass, cause the last few nights have kicked my ass. If they give you hell, tell them go fuck themselves. Here's to us, here's to us, here's to us, here's to us. To us.
My dad was really, really special, and I loved my dad a lot. I'm proud of him, and that even though he isn't here with us, but he died as a true hero. I miss everything about him.
In the moment that the officers and I had to come see the children, my biggest reaction was, I don't have 7 arms. I have 7 children who just lost their father, and I don't have 7 arms to wrap around them.
I'm Frank Silla, chairman of the Stephen Silla Tunnel to Towers Foundation. Our foundation is committed to delivering mortgage-free homes for Gold Star families and fallen first responder families.
To not have to worry financially is a huge peace of mind. The thought of, what in the world will I possibly do to pay the bills? How will I possibly let the children have a life that feels normal? I don't want them to have to quit their piano lessons or their basketball. I don't want them to feel that we have to move into a little apartment and struggle financially in addition to the emotional weight.
There are over 1,000 families that need our help. Tunnel to Towers is honoring those heroes that risked their lives by providing them with mortgage-free homes.
Those who serve us and then lay down their lives protecting our freedoms and our safety, the least we can do is $11 a month to give them that peace of always knowing there's a home, there's that sanctuary when life feels like it's been tipped upside down, because it has. When you lose a parent in the line of duty, to know you can go home, you can be safe, there's no risk of losing your home. That's a peace of mind that I can't believe you can get for $11 a month.
I'd like to ask you to contribute $11 a month to support their efforts.
Please donate $11 a month by calling 1-844-BRAVEST or visit tunneltotowers.org.
You are listening to KLRN Radio, where liberty and reason still reign.
My son was in the Army back during Desert Storm, but even then he wanted an MBA. He looked at a dozen schools, but only one offered the online education and flexibility he needed while he was in a tent in Iraq, Grantham University. Turns out that Grantham's been delivering affordable, relevant college and advanced degrees for over 65 years. Heck, if they can deliver a quality education to a soldier in a tent overseas, think about the flexibility Grantham can offer you so you can earn your degree too. It doesn't matter how complicated or full your life is. If getting a degree is on your bucket list, you'll want to do what my son did. You'll want to call Grantham. Find out how easy it is to get started on your education so you can check that college degree off your bucket list. Call Grantham right now. 800-910-1370. That's 800-910-1370. Flexible, affordable, relevant. Call 800-910-1370.
Tired of paying outrageous prices for Viagra? Well, we have great...
Hi everyone, this is JJ, the co-founder of Good Pods. If you haven't heard of it yet, Good Pods is like Goodreads or Instagram, but for podcasts. It's new, it's social, it's different, and it's growing really fast. There are more than 2 million podcasts, and we know that it is impossible to figure out what to listen to. On Good Pods, you follow your friends and podcasters to see what they like. That is the number one way to discover new shows and episodes. You can find Good Pods on
The following program contains coarse language and adult themes. Listener discretion is advised.
Arguments, and some of them are going to be bad. But first, before we start the show, I need to pay homage to my fallen New York Mets. They had an amazing run into the NLCS, and it was absolutely magical, man. It was a good time. I really enjoyed myself with it.
Gene, we talked about this a little bit before the show, and I'm embarrassed to admit I got fooled, man. I got swept up in the Mets fever, and I really believed that they were gonna do it. I actually lost some money.
Well, you actually bet on the Mets.
I bet on the Mets.
Even Met fans know you don't bet on the Mets.
Every Met fan I've come across has been making fun of me for doing that, but they all fooled me. They look like they believed it.
Well, I mean, we believed, but then we also can't deny what we saw in, as the games went on. It seemed like a couple of pitches ran out of steam. They poured their heart into it. 172 games, not a joke. But they made us proud. I was very, very, very happy with everybody.
All right, next year.
Thank you, Christy, for calling to us from the Peach State for the $1.99 donut. We haven't even done anything yet to deserve that. So thank you for that, sweetheart. I really appreciate that. We do have a great show as people are starting to gather in and come hang out with us for a little bit. We're glad you're here with us, wherever you may be, even if you're in Georgia. Just kidding to the Georgians out there. It's the Mets fandom coming out in me. I can't help that sometimes. But yeah, we got I'd say a fairly organized show waiting for us right now. Before we get into anything, the usual stips, guys and gals, and everybody in between, please share the show with your friends. Like the show wherever you're watching, whether it be on X, it's on Rumble, it's on YouTube, wherever you're finding us. Just smash that thumbs up button for us. And please subscribe to the channel wherever you are. This is how the show grows. And hopefully you'll like what you see in this particular show as we begin to talk about sort of the tea leaves that we're going to be reading going into the election right now. Oh, Rick Robinson is messing with us already. It was a pity payment from Christy because of the Met game. Well, listen, we got to recoup Galloway's gambling losses somehow, don't we? And that's kind of the way we have to do things. Go ahead.
And by the way, there's a guy named Menachem in the chat.
Yeah, he popped in and out real quick. I don't know what happened to him, but yeah, Menachem from Marine Park, shout out to you as well. Name from the past, really. We're glad you followed us from radio into this right now. I remember he was like a first-time caller, long-time listener on the show a couple of times. It was fun to talk to him.
He's stalking us. All right.
I'm glad he's stalking us. I'm glad he's here with us. Let's get into the first topic here, and that is a discussion of early voting that we're seeing in a lot of the battleground states here. So, Ross, I don't know if you've noticed this, and frankly, I didn't put up the clip to talk about it. Maybe I should right now. Let me find this clip right now to get the conversation started concerning the activity we're seeing in the early voting grounds that seem to be pointing the way towards Republicans having a good election cycle.
Yeah, and on that note, I lost track of this, Gene. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
I was going to ask you just real quick, New York, do they have early voting now there?
I think we have some form of early voting. I don't know when exactly it starts or not. I can certainly look it up while we're looking at this clip, though. So let's go through this first. Listen to this and tell me what you take from it.
Let's bring in ABC's Washington bureau chief and political director, Rick Klein, with the breakdown of the latest numbers. And Rick, we're already seeing meaningful signs in who's casting those early ballots.
Yeah, Martha, the final day of voting still 16 days away, but already more than 13 million Americans have cast their ballots. Now, that's actually down significantly from where it was 4 years ago. But of course, that was the COVID year when record numbers of people were voting early and by mail. In Georgia, just this past week, the first day of in-person voting set a new record. So it does look like we're on track to have a very high turnout election, particularly in the battleground states. In fact, there's more than 1 million people that have voted early already in both Georgia and Michigan. Now, we're not going to know for a while, till election night or even later than that, exactly who people voted for. But based on the likely partisanship of the voters that we've seen so far, we're seeing more Republicans as a share of the electorate than Democrats. Take a look at that. 4 years ago, less than a third, only 32% of people that had voted so far were Republicans. That's up 6 points so far this cycle. Now, that could be a sign of enthusiasm among Republicans. It could be because Donald Trump is sometimes at least supporting early voting. And it may.
Well, let's take a look at this chart, pal. I know he mentioned, Mr. Klein here mentioned the +6 from the presidential cycle for Republican early voting, but he neglected to mention the -4 on the Dem swing.
Yeah. Well, not only the swing, it's the total votes too. So that the numbers percentage-wise might be somewhat impressive, and I am impressed by what the Republicans are managing to do here. But when you look at the overall numbers, early voting period, the Democrats, right? Because that's where they stole on the last one, and by steal I do mean it literally, right? They had millions of early votes and mail-in votes, and this cycle they're 30, 40, maybe 50% in some of these states.
Yeah. Oh, so Jeff wanted to say early, the worst part about living in Vermont during election season is hearing all the commercials from New York and New Hampshire. Really? Is that the worst part about living in Vermont? Really? I mean, no offense to anybody from Vermont on here other than Jeff, of course, but is that really the worst part about living in Vermont? It's not.
But I'm curious, who's spending money in New York on commercials?
There are a couple of races that are close. You have Mondaire Jones going up against Michael Lawler in New York.
It's the congressional seats.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
And you'll get, so you probably maybe get some from Long Island, but some close races in the People's Republic of New York. Yes, there are a couple.
I was going to say, listen, I drank the Kool-Aid. I do think New York's in play because Trump said it, joking. But I can't imagine they'd be spending a lot of money, neither him nor Kamala.
Oh, no. New York, I think New York's pretty locked up. Which is why I disagree with Trump coming to New York for that rally in Madison Square Garden. It's kind of stupid. But I know what you're saying about the chart here with the early tally numbers and how they're down, and that also favors Republicans here, I think, especially Trump. But he really didn't make it clear if this is the number comparing the length of time in early voting back in 2020 or if this was 2020 total. You know what I mean? If it's down from 2020 to date, then yeah, I would agree with you. But if it's just the first week of early voting and maybe you're going to end up with 10, 12 million by the end of it when it's all said and done in the states that he's mentioning there, that could be significant.
I'm hoping that's this date in history, because Pennsylvania, they are significantly down. Ryan Godersky's been doing a pretty good job tracking that.
Our boy Ryan, we can say we knew him when, he's did a couple of shows with us and had a good time doing it. I'm glad to see all the success he's having as well. But yeah, he is killing it.
Yeah.
Let's go through some raw numbers though. And I want you to be able to see these, pal. This is up to date, up to the moment. Let me get the banner down for a moment here. This is up to the minute news of the date that we're taping this live. We're looking at the RCP average, and it's Trump across the board. Highest in Arizona, but holding his own in Pennsylvania as well. Surprising that he's holding on in North Carolina. I've heard some numbers there that shows a lot more of a female vote coming out early, and people seem to think that that's bad for Trump, and also the top of the ticket drag for governor going on there as well. And of course, Georgia, he's doing well as well here. Pretty interesting stuff here, my friend, that Trump is leading in these battlegrounds.
Yeah, and the numbers are small with when you consider the average. But the real thing to look at, and I encourage everyone to go to Real Clear and take a look at it, because when you click on these individual states, it'll show you this date in history for 2016 and 2020. And in all of these places, including the national average, Trump was down about 5 or 6 points to Hillary Clinton in a lot of these places on this date in 2016. And with Biden, he was down even more, like 8-9 points in a lot of these places, right? So for Trump to actually be ahead in the average this late in the game, if there's any polling error in favor of Trump, he's gonna walk away with this thing. And additionally, to get these averages red, leaning Trump, that means the trend line had to be going Trump for the last several weeks, because she had a significant lead in the average for most of September. It wasn't until October where he started getting slight leads in these polls. So that this is the trend. The momentum is on Trump's side for sure.
Yeah, the trend is certainly his friend, considering comparisons to 2020. But also remember, Trump traditionally underpolls in races. In the last 2 races, the polls had overestimated Democrat support. So even though that Biden was trending around, I guess, like 3 to 5% in most battlegrounds, he was actually it was much closer than that in those battlegrounds as well. So if this is what the polls are saying, and the trend is his friend, seems like Trump is doing pretty well. He's sitting pretty when it comes to these numbers.
Yep. And just a quick note on North Carolina. So North Carolina, their early voting numbers are through the roof, and the Republicans are coming out en masse. So my suspicion on the last few polls that came out in North Carolina that show Harris either tied or a little bit ahead, I don't think they can find these voters. Many of them were displaced, but they're figuring out a way to vote, I think. Right? So Trump won North Carolina both in 2016 and 2020. I don't see him losing it. Nothing post-Hurricane Helene would indicate that Trump would lose support in North Carolina. It's just not happening.
Well, time will tell on that. I do want to focus on one aspect of this turnout, this early voting turnout. There's no way for us to really tell, based upon like the actual numbers themselves, whether the surge in early voting that we're seeing is the result of what we like to call triple prime voters showing up early, or if there are new voters coming to the polls right now. Except in Pennsylvania, I did find some numbers here about the propensity of the voter turning out right now. So this was courtesy of a reporter named Eric Doherty out of Florida, who's been crunching a lot of numbers on X. And as you see here, based upon his evaluation, the Democrats are leading in Pennsylvania with the mail-in vote, but Republicans are turning out what they call low propensity voters, people who don't normally turn out to vote. That's an encouraging sign for Trump once again.
100%. And the question that you raised is actually an important one, right? So Republicans are embracing somewhat this voting early strategy. Are they voters who would have voted anyway on Election Day? Valid question. I heard this earlier today, and I believe it. 90% of people that intend to vote on Election Day will make it to the polls. But 10%, for whatever reason, they got a flat tire, they got stuck at work late, the kid got sick, whatever it could be, somewhere between 5 and 10% of people who fully intended to vote on Election Day don't make it. This is one of the reasons why we have to embrace the early voting, right? Because, yeah, they might have been people who intended to vote anyway on Election Day, but if 10% of your base doesn't wind up voting, that can translate into 2% out of the general election, 2, 3, 4%, right? So bank these votes early, and instead of 90% getting to the polls, we get to 95, 96% of people who intend to vote actually vote. That's the difference in a lot of these states that were decided by less than 1 point.
Yeah, absolutely. And for those who don't know, a low propensity voter, a voter that doesn't normally turn out, that's like getting 2 votes, because you're cutting into the Democrats' advantage in voter turnout, like he's talking about here in Pennsylvania, and you're adding 1 to your column that wouldn't have been there but for your efforts in trying to turn out that vote. The more of those 1 and 2 vote conversions that you can get, it doubles its value, really.
Yeah, and if you're out there in a place like Pennsylvania or anywhere else that has a competitive Senate race, you gotta vote for that Republican running for the Senate, right? A lot of the things that you want to happen simply cannot happen unless you control both houses of Congress, right? Because even with the Senate, it's going to be real hard to do things because you're never going to get 60 votes on your column, right? You're going to have to convince some Democrats to come across. But if you don't have the 51, you're not going to get anything ever. It's just not going to be possible.
That's absolutely correct. So we've talked about the 30,000-foot view of battleground states in general. We zoomed in on Pennsylvania, which we know is a pivotal state for both candidates. It's sort of a must-win for both of them. We've talked about the voter gravity, really, of who's turning out, whether it be high turnout triple prime voters or low propensity voters. We haven't talked about the ethnicity or religious background or anything like that. But we do have some data we can pull from concerning that. There was recently a poll done by YouGov and Arab News, which has some surprising results and may impact what we're seeing in a place like Michigan or what we might see in other urban areas around the country. Let me just see if I can find this for us here, see what it's titled as. Because, show prep, whatever. I'm kind of good at it. Okay, I just found it. So, just vamp for me a second here, bud. I'll be with you in a second. I just found it now. Here it is. Let me put that up on the screen now. This is Stream of Consciousness, yes. So before we get to the fun, this is from Arab News, Research and Studies, and YouGov. They put together a nice polling package here of what Arab Americans want. They the reason why I take polls like this credible is because, as you see here, there is a breakdown of their methodology, the breakdown of the gender, the marital status, the education levels, the age groups. Lots of good stuff here and some information you can check out. And then when you get to the polls, you get to this. This is the meat and potatoes of it. Which of the following candidates would you be most likely to vote for? Two things I take from this. Trump is up by 2. And Jill Stein is over 4%, with an undecided of 6. So that might shift the balance one way or the other. But I did not expect this to be nearly as close as what you're seeing here, pal.
Well, what I love is that the Democrats' strategy of identity politics is blowing up in their face. Right? They can't cater to the Jewish bloc and the Arab bloc / Muslim bloc with a message. There's no way they can get both of them. So they're going to piss off one, the other, or both. And it seems like Kamala is doing an excellent job of pissing off both constituencies, especially the Arab Americans, right? Who are, I would argue, are probably less likely to vote for a female candidate to begin with. And Trump is doing very well with male voters of all ethnicities and religions, especially the Arabs.
Well, I think people underestimate the religious conservatism of the population as well. I think that Democrats see color and just assume that they're in their column, but it's not that easy, I don't think, anymore.
No. And the perfect example of that really is, and this is delicious that this blew up in their face too, Trump is actually leading in several polls amongst Hispanic voters, right? The legal citizens with Hispanic origins are leaning Trump, right? That is a disaster. I guarantee you, if somehow the Democrats ever regain power, if that holds steady, where Hispanic voters are leaning Republican, they will move to close that border ASAP.
I would think so. Deborah, thanks for the comment. Those undecided voters are slowly coming out of the woodwork, and I think because of early voting, we're seeing that. By the way, People's Republic of New York, October 26th is when early voting starts. There's only 1 week of early voting. You mentioned the Hispanic vote. I didn't grab anything on that, but when we go back to the RCP battleground averages that they're finding, you see Arizona, Trump is up almost 2 points. And if you look at what's happening in Florida right now, remember when Florida used to be a swing state? It ain't swinging no more. When you're having turnout in Miami-Dade that is huge for Trump right now. I never thought I'd see the day that a big city like a Miami would turn red, pal. It's proof that it can happen.
Yeah, I was listening to Senator Marco Rubio the other day, and he was saying, historically in Florida, you can lose Miami-Dade and still win the state, but you got to keep it somewhat close. He said he's thinking Miami-Dade is going to be red for sure this election. And speaking of Hispanics in other places, the chart you had up from Real Clear, they have a high voter population in both Arizona and Nevada. Now, Arizona historically leaned right. So that one should be secure, right? Even though it has a very large Hispanic population, and I think that they're going to solidify that. Nevada is the more interesting one to me. Nevada is not really, does not lean right. It might be considered a swing state, but it goes Democrat more often than not as of late, right? But a very large Hispanic population in Nevada, I think, is tipping the scales in Trump's favor.
Funny you should mention Nevada. I did show prep on this too. This is from the Nevada Independent. They keep a running blog about early voting here. So this was updated. Looks like the last update was early this morning as we taped the show. Statewide, Republican plus 12,000 or 3.5%. And they're talking about the Clark County firewall, which is what's in Las Vegas. So in all total, 333,000 people voted. If turnout reaches 1.4 million, that means just under a quarter of the vote would be in. The mail pushed Clark County's share of the vote to just under 73%. But when you look at the numbers, Republicans have a 2.5% turnout edge. What does this mean according to this article? It means that if you look at the numbers right now, Trump turnout is about plus 12,000-ish or so, as we said earlier. Harris needs to be winning independent voters by double digits to be winning if she and Trump hold on to their bases. So if Republicans vote Republican, Democrats vote Democrat, Harris needs to win independents by more than 10%. According to this blog, Republicans usually win election day, so you would rather be them right now. And asking the same question that we were asking before is who exactly is showing up to vote? Is it the same voters in rural Nevada going on right now? Or is it low propensity voters that we're seeing in Pennsylvania, pal?
Yeah, so a quick note on independent voters, people who claim to be independent and are not registered in either the Republican or Democratic Party. My view on those people they are from one of two camps. First camp is they are a disaffected Republican, right? They, like me, really. I don't want to be associated with the Republican Party. I despise them. But I will never vote for a liberal Democrat. I'm not going to pull a Liz Cheney and run around with Kamala Harris and vote for her because I just can't, right? But I don't like the Republican Party. So what do you do? You register independent, you flirt with the Libertarians or a conservative party in New York, some third party, but you come back home and you vote for the Republican candidate. Most of them, the vast majority of disaffected Republicans. The other side of that coin are disaffected Democrats. But those ones are the Tulsi Gabbards and RFK Juniors of the world, where the party left them. And now they can no longer be a Democrat. Now, I know Tulsi Gabbard just announced she is now a Republican, but RFK Jr. likely will never become a Republican. But he's certainly not a Democrat anymore. But now he falls into that independent camp. So whenever the race is going to be decided by independents, I think the Republicans have a huge edge when that's the decision.
Yeah, absolutely. By the way, breaking just in from a friend of the show that prefers to remain anonymous because they are they're working the elections right now. At least one organization that's on the ground there is claiming to have hired at least 20,000 poll watchers statewide in Pennsylvania. That tells me that Trump is taking the ground game very seriously in a very important state. We're breaking that right here. I'm unfortunately going to have to use the whole trust me, bro, for this, but this is from a credible source who is on the ground in the Keystone State right now.
Gene just turned into CBS News right before our very eyes. He has one
I was just corrected. It's actually 10 times more than I just said. 200,000 poll watchers have been signed up.
1 million.
1 million poll workers. Yes, exactly. So, obviously take all of this with a grain of salt. I encourage you to take it with a grain of salt. Christy, by the way, in the chat, I don't know if she put this out there, so I guess we can say this. She agrees with you about the RFK factor. She was out in swing states getting Cornel West people and Kennedy on, and helping to get Cornel West and Kennedy on the ballot so they can chip away at the Democratic advantage in the on the ballot in other states. Obviously, that was the whole strategy that RFK Jr. wanted to have in certain swing states that he wasn't able to achieve based upon election laws that we discussed previously. But all in all, pal, how are you feeling about the chances of a Trump victory as compared to 2020?
I mean, I just lost a significant amount of money on the Mets, so
it's a friendly wager, goddammit.
But my judgment might be clouded. He's in a much better position now than he was either in 2016 or 2020. I don't know if you could feel the energy, but he hit his stride. And the Democrats are basically into Trump is Hitler, Mussolini, going to turn the military against you mode and lock up your political opponents. And Joe Biden was on TV today saying, we got to lock Donald Trump up, right? So that's where they're at. And if that's where they're at, I'm feeling pretty good about our chances right now. They're pretty much, they know they're done.
Absolutely. And man, what a segue. Ross Galloway, master of the segue here. We're going to be talking about sort of the ratcheting up of the rhetorical temperature from the Democrats. And you had mentioned Joe Biden and what he said campaigning for Kamala Harris. And I just so happened to have prepared the clip for that, pal.
Education. He's talking, he means it. This is not a joke.
All right, can we just go back for a second? Joe?
He is talking about doing away with the entire...
Joe, the podium. The other way. The podium's right there, man. I guess the cameraman's going to have to do the work for him.
Department of Education. He's talking, he means it. This is not a joke. This is a guy who also wants to replace every civil servant. Every single one. Thinks he has a right under the Supreme Court ruling on immunity to be able, if need be, if it was the case, to actually physically eliminate, shoot, kill someone who he believes to be a threat to him.
Pew pew and unalive? Did he really go there?
Yeah.
This is the new, they're going to lock y'all back up in chains. The fear mongering, it's back.
But Gene, I feel like we time traveled. Donald Trump had 2 attempts on his life, one of which he was shot in the head. The left constantly says we need to turn down the temperature, and then they say things like this, just flippantly, and no one calls them on it. Why didn't no? And if you watch, I know we're gonna watch the rest of the clip. They cheer. That his drones cheered that the sitting president, that senile train wreck that he is talking about his opponent and threatening to throw him in jail while he's actively facing charges by this guy's DOJ and talking about killing him.
And if you don't believe that, here's the rest of the clip.
I mean, so I know this sounds bizarre. It sounds like if I said this 5 years ago, you'd lock me up. We got to lock him up. Politically lock him up.
Politically lock him up. Is that any different than locking him up? You're going to lock him up as a political prisoner. That's, I know he tried to save it there, but lock him up wow. That's Banana Republic stuff.
Biden, I think everyone can now admit this, even though Kamala can't. Biden clearly has some kind of dementia, right? There's something going on there. He has moments where the truth comes out of his mouth. I don't know. I'm not going to go into a tangent here, but he let slip during a press conference once that the Nord Stream 2 pipeline will cease to exist if Putin invades Ukraine. And then it blew up under mysterious circumstances, right? He sits in briefings, he gets classified information, he talks to his DOJ in these secret meetings, and then he comes out and his brain misfires and he spills the beans, right? That I know, my heart of hearts tells me that he talked to somebody about locking Trump up, and that's what started all this.
Could be. It got stuck in his head somehow here. By the way, Rick having some fun with us. I'm sorry. Did he did what to whom for how many jelly donuts? Guys, don't fuck around with food. Just don't do that. I'm trying to do a show here. And then Jeff following up, I kill a hobo right now for a jelly donut. You guys are having too much fun without me in the chat. I'm glad you're having fun in the chat. And while you're out there in the chat, because we're just about halftime on the show here, thanks for showing up for us here behind Enemy Lines. I'm Gene. He's Ross. And while we got you on the internet, because we know you're on the internet, because this is an internet-based show, be sure to like, share, subscribe wherever you are, whether it's on YouTube, on Rumble, on X. Help out the show. Spread the word. Let everybody know that we're here. And listen, we'd really appreciate you guys coming in and hanging out and having a conversation with us about what's going on. And currently we're talking about the ratcheting up of the rhetoric coming from the Harris campaign. It's not just stupid stuff by this, and they're still going on with the donuts in the chat. Thanks, Menachem. Really appreciate that one. Ass. By the way, isn't it Simchat Torah? Why are you out right now?
Oh gosh.
I think someone might have just gotten caught right there. Anyways, it's not just the ratcheting up of the temperature and the rhetoric towards Trump. It's also the virtue signal to the left and the far left from Kamala Harris talking about Trump. Well, let's get to the one talking about Trump first, and then we'll get to the one about policy. Kamala Harris went out there. Did I put this clip up? I may not have. Okay, well, you know what? Let's go with the other one talking about policy. In a recent interview with NBC News, Kamala Harris had this to say to a question concerning reproductive rights and abortion.
Questions would be on the table. Religious exemptions, for example, is that something that you would consider?
I don't think we should be making concessions when we're talking about a fundamental freedom to make decisions about your own body.
To Republicans like, for example, Susan Collins, Lisa Murkowski, who would back something like this on a Democratic agenda if, in fact, Republicans control Congress, would you offer them an olive branch, or is that off the table? Is that not an option for you?
I'm not going to engage in hypotheticals.
So you got that? She's usurping your fundamental right to practice your religion, those of you who are in healthcare, by creating a new fundamental right, the right to take a life living inside a human womb. So if that doesn't sound extreme to you, I don't know what will, to be perfectly honest. What do you think about this clip, pal? Do you think that Kamala Harris is so scared about the election that she has to start pulling from the far left? And that's why we're seeing this increase in volatility on the left? Uh-oh, I think we lost Galloway here. I'm frozen? Hold on a second. Am I frozen here, guys? Let me get into the private chat here. Hang on. Are we having connection issues?
You were frozen for a minute.
Oh, I was frozen for a minute.
I think
Okay.
you're back.
Okay, cool. Sorry about that, guys. I appreciate it. If I'm back and you guys can hear me here, I was talking. Did you hear the clip? Ross, did you hear the clip, or
No.
are you frozen? Okay, so I'm gonna play. We're gonna play it one more time for you so you can hear what's going on here. If it doesn't start for you in the next 5 seconds, let me know.
What concessions would be on the table? Religious exemptions, for example, is that something that you would consider?
I don't think we should be making concessions when we're talking about a fundamental freedom to make decisions about your own body.
To Republicans like, for example, Susan Collins, Lisa Murkowski, who would back something like this on a Democratic agenda if, in fact, Republicans control Congress, would you offer them an olive branch, or is that off the table? Is that not an option for you?
I'm not going to engage in hypotheticals.
So did you get it that time? I'm guessing you didn't get it that time. So maybe that clip, I think the clip is bad, and maybe that's why we can't do it. So let me summarize. So let me summarize what we just saw. Possibly, if for those of you who were watching, if you let me know if it's screwed up there, please let me know. So it was a clip from NBC News that I'll put into post, and it basically said that Kamala Harris was not willing to give concessions for religious exemptions for abortions, and said when pressed further, and this was a shock to me, a random act of journalism from NBC News, when pressed further, she said that she's not going to engage in hypotheticals about adding exceptions. So basically, she's taking away a fundamental right to practice religion in favor of creating a fundamental right to kill a baby inside a womb. Pretty extreme stuff there, pal.
Yeah, and regardless of what you think about abortion on its face, because there was another part of that answer that she said where She didn't want to engage in hypotheticals, and she would leave that decision between a woman and her doctor. And she wouldn't put herself in the place of a doctor. That's pretty rich coming from an administration that mandated an experimental mRNA vaccine on damn near the whole country, right?
Yeah.
Lots of guys in the military got thrown out. It wasn't between them and their doctor. It was between Kamala Harris and Dr. Joe Biden, right? They didn't have a problem getting involved then. But with abortion, she can't give a straight answer. I respect your views on politics, right? If you have an opinion and a stance. Kamala Harris is an empty pantsuit. She has no opinion. She can't give her position on anything. Every position she had when she ran the first time is different today. And when they call her out on it, she won't even say which one is true, the one that her staff said a couple of weeks ago or the one she said a few years ago.
Yeah, I feel the exact same way about the what's going on with Harris here. But I really want to know, just as we're in the last 2 weeks, Kamala Harris is trying to pull from the far left with a statement like this, right? And if that's correct, doesn't that mean that there's a sign of panic about how the Harris camp is thinking this early voting is going?
I think you're giving her specifically too much credit. I don't think she has any strategy in that head of hers, right? It's an empty head. She has no idea. You could see the stunned look on her face every time she gets a question from a reporter that asks a real question. And these are not even like gotcha questions. They're just very simple. Like, where do you stand on this issue? They didn't, like with Trump, they always like start a question with a statement to make him look bad and then throw a zinger question at him like a gotcha question. With these, it's just like, hey, on the topic of abortion, would you have any exceptions? Right? And you're pretty much free to answer the question, but look at the fear on her face as the wind-up is happening from the reporter. I truly don't think she's strategizing to try to get the far left or the middle. She has no idea what to say. She doesn't want to piss off her handlers, whoever those people may be.
Is it fear at the follow-up question, or is it anger that a friendly outlet like MSDNC or NBC News or whoever it was that was a part of this, is it anger towards them for daring to ask a follow-up question that may be potentially damaging to her campaign? That's what I think. I think it's more that she's pissed off than anything else.
Well, she's definitely pissed off because she doesn't want. It's anger and fear, but the fear gene is any question, right? She's afraid. She doesn't want to speak publicly. Like, is she going to go on Joe Rogan? I thought the deal was if Trump did Joe Rogan, she goes on Joe Rogan. That's like a 2-hour sit down where you get to talk a lot. Joe Rogan's an excellent interviewer. He lets you talk, right? But she can't do that, right? She's not. She'd be mad at Joe Rogan if he asked her some questions, but she's afraid. She won't even go do it. I guarantee. And Joe Rogan is not a Republican, right? He's down the middle.
And he has some far left tendencies as well.
Yes.
Joe Rogan also listens to answers and asks thoughtful follow-ups. Rather, I'm reading Jeff's comment here. Embrace the power of, and merch is now in the KLRN store. There you go. Oh my goodness. See, they're grifting for me now, pal. I love it. Yeah, I think that she'll never go on Joe Rogan. And I hope she proves me wrong, because if she can sit for a 2-hour grilling with Joe, and like I said, Joe listens to answers, has clips ready with his crew, and is able to think on his feet and talk from a place of common sense, that, I've seen, guests torn up that didn't have any substance to their answers. I think the show that comes to mind for me is the one with Adam Conover, when he started talking about trans issues and had no substance behind his opinion. And it was just a complete disaster for him. So, yeah. But that's the difference with Trump, though, and I'm going to reiterate your point, pal. Trump is willing to stand up to that grilling. He's willing to be challenged, and he'll challenge right back and push right back on you. He definitely has the advantage in rhetorical extemporaneous speaking.
Yeah, and Trump will sit there for an unlimited amount of time. The one thing I will be extraordinarily disappointed with Joe Rogan is if he makes a deal with Harris to do like a 30-minute sit down, right? Because that's not his format. His format is long format, and you have a long, nice discussion, and you vet out a bunch of issues there. Trump will have no problem sitting down for 2, 3, 4 hours, whatever Rogan wants to do. Kamala can't do that, right? So if she makes some crazy deal with Rogan to sit for 20 or 30 minutes, I'll be very disappointed in him.
No, I hope it's at least an hour long, preferably like 90 minutes around there. I think anything over 90 minutes, Trump is going to talk himself into an issue.
Oh, 100%. But, you know, this kind of got swept under the rug, too. Why didn't CBS release the transcript of the 45 or so minutes with Harris? They only aired 21 minutes of that interview. Where are the other 4 minutes? I want to see what she said. What other crazy... And, you know, for those of you listening, they went and edited an answer. They inserted an answer from a different question. They're claiming they didn't do it, so release the transcript or the full video. They did it with so many other interviews. Why won't they do it with her? If she couldn't do a 45-minute interview with CBS, a friendly forum, she's not going on Joe Rogan.
And by the way, if you recall, the Harris camp's response to that was that Trump was ducking CBS and going on 60 Minutes himself, yet they forget what happened the last time he went on 60 Minutes with Leslie Stahl. We mentioned it on the show prior, where they basically tried to debunk his Hunter Biden allegations back in 2020, and it turns out that they were completely wrong and that Trump was right. So why would you go back to an outlet that you know lied during your own interview? And now they're being shown to lie in favor of Kamala Harris with the selective editing that they did for the different clips they put out for that 60 Minutes interview. By the way, CBS, let me say this as clearly as I can. Fuck you for actually coming after this channel with a copyright strike. It's newsworthy stuff. We gave you time to get it out there, and we just used your own clips and commented on them. It's commentary. It's fair use, you motherfuckers. Don't do that again, or I'll have to give you a thrashing. That's what I'm going to say towards CBS News, though.
Wow, Gene's got a vendetta with CBS.
I got to talk to my vendetta manager. I got to see if I can swap one out and put CBS into it. Hopefully, I have a spot open. We all as a group, all our friend group, we need to get together with our vendetta managers and do like our annual management to see how we're doing. For those of you who don't know, we have a rule in our friend group of 3 personal vendettas and 1 institutional, I believe it is. So I dropped a lot of my personal ones once I moved out of Brooklyn, and I still maintain an institutional one. So I may have to talk to my vendetta manager about that. How are you doing with your vendettas? You okay?
Let me speak on vendettas for a quick second here. So the Democrats are clearly shitting in their pants. You know Trump has a vendetta, right? Like, they're trying to put him in jail still. Right?
Talk about someone who needs a vendetta manager. My God.
Right? He's saying he's not going to get back at him or whatever. We all know he is. And they're scared shitless, right? My real question, though, with just now that that's out there, Gene, they're calling the man a dictator. They're calling him Hitler. They're making up new hoaxes on things he said about soldiers. And they're saying that he's going to turn the American military against his domestic enemies to kill them, use lethal force. That's what they're saying. So if all of that is what they believe, how do they have a peaceful transition of power come January 2025? Right? If the very state of our republic is at stake, how do they have a peaceful transition? How do they not cheat? How do they not try to assassinate him? Right? Nothing's off the table if the country itself is at risk. Like, these people are dangerous. They are a threat to democracy. And I know we got to move on. But
no, you're good.
A recent poll I seen, I know we don't have this one ready. I should have sent it to you. Fox had this up. That Trump is beating Harris on the question of who is better to protect democracy. Trump has her beat by like 3 points, right? It's backfiring on them. They are the threat to democracy. And I fear for what they're going to do between now and January.
I agree with you on that. Man, I wish we had that poll. But yeah, the other thing that they're mad about with Trump, besides him being a threat to democracy and the bad man from World War II and all that stuff that we're seeing, and that he needs to be locked up, is they're very upset that he was a fry cook at McDonald's. Very, very upset. The Democrats kept this news story about a very innocuous visit to a McDonald's in the Philadelphia area and turned it into a 72-hour story in the news cycle. Thanks, Democrats. We really appreciate that. And it's all because of scenes like this. Oh, wait, gotta get to the beginning. Thanks, Forbes.
First day at McDonald's, I'm looking for a job. So if you don't mind, I want to work the French fry counter.
Absolutely.
Okay, how much you paying me?
How much you paying me? I love that. But there he is, working the fry cooker. He's going to be working the window, talking to everyday folks that were vetted, by the way. And yeah, I don't understand what the big deal with this was. What was the big deal with Trump the fry cook?
Gene, I don't know if you know, but that was staged. Trump didn't literally drive down the street and go into a random McDonald's and start working and handing out food through an open drive-through window.
You mean to tell me that this scene right here that you're seeing right? Oh, sorry, I keep getting Forbes' thing up there. You mean to tell me this guy right here who's working the fry stand, this wasn't real?
You're so fucking pathetic, right?
Bro, here's what I don't get. Everything's a political stunt. Every single thing a candidate does. You don't think that, to your point earlier, the man endured what? 2 or 3 different assassination attempts. We're not confirming on the third, but at least 2. You're going to think the Secret Service is going to clear going into a McDonald's in public where any rando can walk into with no security, no metal detection, no nothing, and just have him walk there behind the counter and start working the fries. That's what is that what people honestly think what happened here? Thank God we had Democrats telling us that this was a stunt. I wouldn't have known.
Absurd. Now, the reason why Trump pulls this off so well, by the way, is not only is he a man of the people, but look at him. He's got his tie on, his white shirt, and his cufflinks still on. He doesn't go to these places and put on a fake accent or roll up his sleeves with a plaid shirt out in the farmlands. He doesn't do that. He's Donald Trump. He's got hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars, and he's doing a political stunt at McDonald's, but he doesn't fake himself. You know what I mean? Kamala goes to different places, throws on a different accent. You see all these other politicians rolling up their sleeves, speaking in front of a haystack. Like it's absurd.
Oh yeah, I mean in Iowa they're working the state fair and all that stuff. But you mentioned the clothing and everything. You know, Democrats even made fun of him wearing the fancy shirt and everything. This is a clip from MSDNC with Congresswoman Barbara Lee reacting to Trump's stunt here. So let's take a look at that real quick.
Donald Trump is doing right now. He has gone to a McDonald's. He's gone to this McDonald's and he's in the Philadelphia area. He's going to work a fryer apparently before he goes to the Steelers versus Jets game.
And by the way, thank you, President Trump, for enduring the Steelers-Jets game. I don't know how any New Yorker or former New Yorker could endure the Jets right now. But back to the clip.
I mean, if you're on his campaign, and I know you are certainly not, I'm not making any implication of that, but what is the logic behind this, going to a McDonald's? I mean, we know the guy likes Big Macs and filet of fish, and he's used the word love to describe the way he feels about the food there before. But what's this about?
All right, before Barbara Lee answers, you answer it, pal. What is this about?
What is it about? I mean, what is it about? Okay. Not only is he just meeting voters, he actually does truly love McDonald's, right? But Kamala Harris claimed she worked at a McDonald's. No record can be found, no photograph, no friend, no manager, no coworker. I believe she did probably work at a McDonald's, but I believe it was probably not in the United States. And I'm not going further. I'm saying she lived in Canada for an extended period of time while she was young. Maybe she worked at McDonald's in Canada and she's just, she doesn't want that out there. But she shouldn't open up her big mouth and said she did. I'll take her at her word. She worked at McDonald's. Just tell us where.
And honestly, it doesn't even really matter whether she did it or not because, we all know she was born to a middle-class family and, they had to work hard and all that stuff. The story's been out there millions of times. You just threw the McDonald's in for reference. I think this is an attempt. Oh, wait, Jeff agrees with you. Let's get his comment up here. She didn't want the Canadian receipt of her working there. See, people agree with you, Ross. You're on the ball with this stuff. You got your finger on the pulse of the American people, even if they are from Vermont. Sorry, Jeff, had to take that shot. But yeah, it's about that, but it's also a connection to everyday people. The one thing people say about Democrats is they are aloof. They are not real people. They're sort of, elitish, and they're snobbish, and they look down on the common person that would go to a McDonald's. And they're inauthentic. Trump's in his element with this stunt, quote unquote, because he likes being in this place, he likes being in this environment, and he connects with these people. So why not do something like this to show the genuine Trump, comfortable in his element? He's not out there with his, filet mignon and his baked Alaska. He's in amongst them, even though he has to be kept safe and a safe distance from everyone, but he's amongst them. Let's see if Barbara Lee agrees with us.
There's no logic to it. It's a stunt. He has not put forth an economic agenda. He, as you know, appears to be not well, and he's engaged in some really bizarre types of activities during this campaign. So this is just another one of those stunts that he will continue on through the campaign. And I think that we need to really focus on making sure that he is not elected, of course, because he is a threat to our democracy. We know who.
She literally hit every one of the talking points. Not well, stupid, sick, threat to democracy. She got them all in one statement. It's almost as if it was scripted.
Yeah, where was she when Tim Walz pulled a stunt claiming to be an avid hunter and gun expert, and then couldn't load his own shotgun when the was calling him out there? Right? Where was she for that political stunt?
Right,
and
that wasn't a stunt. That was just him. That was just Tim being Tim. He was being authentic and genuine, according to them. It wasn't set up for him at all.
But the last thing I wanted to say on this one, which you alluded to, was he's actually connecting with these people at McDonald's. Not only the customers coming through the drive-through, but the workers there, but he's connecting with them in an authentic way, right? He didn't show up with jean shorts on and put on a McDonald's shirt. He's him. That everybody knows he's rich, everybody knows he's famous, right? But he's in there and he's having fun, and people are having fun with him, and it's authentic. Something that the left cannot pull off, right? They're losing male voters because they're not authentic. Why hasn't Tim Walz or Kamala Harris gone to a football game, a baseball game? She's the sitting vice president. She's running the Democratic Party.
Booed out of the arena. They get booed out of the stadium.
Yeah. So but we're going to play this later, but she can go to Shea Stadium. She could have went to a Citi Field, right?
Citi Field,
she could have went there, apparently, and you'll see what I mean later. But Tim Walz, why don't he go? Why don't she go throughout the first pitch at the World Series, right? Because they can't. They have no connection to the average person. None.
Well, let's talk about stunts for a moment, shall we? Because I did put together a little compilation of some other stunts that maybe should be called out. For instance, how about this stunt to start off with? How about kneeling in the halls of Congress as a sign of protest for the laws that they themselves passed? The stunt with Schumer and Pelosi wearing the African garb there. How about this stunt with the kitty desk in the Oval Office?
Ready.
All right, we're going in 5, 4, 3, 2.
On a bike in a suit.
How about this stunt with Pete Buttigieg getting dropped off by SUV with his bicycle, then while wearing a suit, getting on the bicycle and then riding it to work as if he'd been riding to work the whole time? How about this one? Are we calling out stunts or are we not calling out stunts, right? This is the quintessential political stunt, and you're just getting a behind-the-scenes look at the stunt. Now watch. He goes along with this guy in the red jacket here, and then watch the SUV trail along with him. There's a stunt for you. Come on, really?
Gene, that was a brilliant little montage there. And seeing those masks remind me of all the other stunts during that time period, where on tape, you can look this up, people, multiple government officials with no masks on behind the curtain, but as soon as they come out on stage, they put the mask on and then they get to the podium and they take it back off. All stunts. Everything's a fucking lie.
Absolutely. Here's another comment from Jeff, by the way. 1 in 8 have worked at a McDonald's. How many have heard the Dems crap on their once probably decently remembered jobs? And especially young people who would start working at places like this. Jeff also chiming in with another comment here. Oh, come on, Gene. Next you will tell me Orson Welles did a stunt broadcast back in like 1930 about Martians invading. Yeah, I could have sworn that happened too. Oh, there's one other stunt I want to show you. By the way, pal, check out this one, because I stopped the clip a little short. We got a little time. Watch this. So there's the rest of Buttigieg. And then we have this.
Oh my goodness, you guys look amazing. Happy Take Your Child to Work Day.
They brought a bunch of kids in. Not just kids of people who work at the White House, but also reporters who work in the press room with Karine Jean-Pierre. And they set up a whole stunt of the kids interviewing the press secretary and just listen to, basically using children as pawns in their political game.
I wonder if I can guess whose kid is who. Should I try? No, I'm not going to do that. So President Biden is so excited to welcome approximately, I think, about 600 kids, including children of staff, children of reporters, to take your child to work day at the White House. This White House is full of parents, guardians, grandparents, uncles, aunts, and many more who serve our nation each day.
I mean, you want to talk about political advertisements? You want to talk about political advertisements here? Using kids? But clearly, going to the McDonald's is much more of a political stunt, right?
My dad was really, really special, and I loved my dad a lot.
I'm proud of him, and that even though he isn't here with us, but he died as a true hero.
I miss everything about him.
In the moment that the officers and I had to come see the children, my biggest reaction was, I don't have 7 arms. I have 7 children who just lost their father, and I don't have 7 arms to wrap around them.
I'm Frank Silla, chairman of the Stephen Silla Tunnel to Towers Foundation. Our foundation is committed to delivering mortgage-free homes for Gold Star families and fallen first responder families.
To not have to worry financially is a huge peace of mind. The thought of, what in the world will I possibly do to pay the bills? How will I possibly let the children have a life that feels normal? I don't want them to have to quit their piano lessons or their basketball. I don't want them to feel that we have to move into a little apartment and struggle financially in addition to the emotional weight.
There are over 1,000 families that need our help. Tunnel to Towers is honoring those heroes that risk their lives by providing them with mortgage-free homes.
Those who serve us and then lay down their lives protecting our freedoms and our safety, the least we can do is $11 a month to give them that peace of always knowing there's a home, there's that sanctuary when life feels like it's been tipped upside down, because it has. When you lose a parent in the line of duty, to know you can go home, you can be safe, there's no risk of losing your home. That's a peace of mind that I can't believe you can get for $11 a month.
I'd like to ask you to contribute $11 a month to support their efforts.
Please donate $11 a month by calling 1-844-BRAVEST or visit tunneltotowers.org.
This Halloween season, prepare for thrills, chills, and everything in between. It's Vamptober on KLRN Radio. All October long, your favorite KLRN shows are taking a walk on the dark side. Dive into bone-chilling stories, uncover creepy science, and explore the paranormal with our special vampire-themed episodes. Don't miss a moment of the fright-filled fun. Tune in all month long for Vamptober, only on KLRN Radio.
KLRN Radio has advertising rates available. We have rates to fit almost any budget. Contact us at advertising@klrnradio.com.
I'm Noble McIntyre of McIntyre Law, and I've been representing injured Oklahomans and their families for almost 30 years. At our firm, we've handled hundreds of crashes involving semis. They are huge vehicles, and when fully loaded, can weigh as much as 80,000 pounds. Most semi drivers are careful and professional drivers, but some big truck drivers and the companies they drive for are dangerous, and I've personally seen the devastating effects on families. If you or a loved one has been affected by a semi crash, contact us at 405-777-7000 or McIntyreLaw.com. We will fight for you.
Achieve platinum status in the Fuel Rewards program at Shell and save 10 cents per gallon on every fill. Right now, you're less than 5 miles away from your closest Shell, so make a pit stop this afternoon and fill your tank with Shell V-Power Nitro Plus Premium Gasoline. Click the screen now to learn more about platinum status in the Fuel Rewards program or download the Shell app today. Platinum status is earned with 12 fill-ups over 3 months, 10-gallon minimum per fill-up at participating Shell locations. Terms apply. Visit www.fuelrewards.com/status.
It's back to school season for the kiddos, which means it's the perfect time to get your vacay on. Beaches are empty, resorts are quiet, and Cheap Caribbean Vacations has fall vacay deals up to, wait for it, 45% off.
Plus, you can score more site-wide savings and take an extra $50 off your booking now through September 5th. Take this as your sign to pencil in a vacay this fall and turn back to school season into back to beach season.
Go to cheapcaribbean.com to find your next all-inclusive vacay. Offer ends September 5th.
You can achieve platinum status in the Fuel Rewards program at Shell twice as fast by filling up 6 times with Shell V-Power Nitro Plus Premium Gasoline. Right now, you're less than 5 miles away from your closest Shell, so make a pit stop this afternoon and fill your tank with Shell V-Power Nitro Plus Premium Gasoline. Click the screen now to learn more about platinum status in the Fuel Rewards program or download the Shell app today. Platinum status is earned with 12 fill-ups over 3 months, 10-gallon minimum per fill-up at participating Shell locations. Terms apply. Visit www.fuelrewards.com/status.
Hi, everyone. This is JJ, the co-founder of Good Pods. If you haven't heard of it yet, Good Pods is like Goodreads or Instagram, but for podcasts. It's new, it's social, it's different, and it's growing really fast. There are more than 2 million podcasts, and we know that it is impossible to figure out what to listen to. On Good Pods, you follow your friends and podcasters to see what they like. That is the #1 way to discover new shows and episodes. You can find Good Pods on the web or download the app. Happy listening.
The following program contains coarse language and adult themes. Listener discretion is advised.
The way I always do. How was I to know? She was with the Russians too. I was gambling in Havana. I took a little risk. Send lawyers, guns, and money. Dad, get me out of this. Ha!
Guess what day it is? Guess what day it is? Huh? Anybody?
It is Wednesday, my dudes.
Otherwise known as Chat Lives Matter Night, right here live on KLRNradio.com, or the fastest 4 hours of conservative talk radio anywhere. For those of you that were hanging out for Behind Enemy Lines, you are now with Rick and Orty. However, Orty's in Twitmo, so we have Secret Amish Guy hanging out with us instead, because Orty can't seem to stay out of Twitmo.
You know, I obviously have a target on my back.
Obviously.
I mean, come on. That was some weak sauce shit. That was some tame shit I got put in Twitmo for.
So yeah, so the free Orty merch will be up on the screen all night. Please feel free to support your favorite Amish who's in Twitmo yet again. Supposedly a 7-day, but the last time they told you it was a 7-day, you got ripped 2 days in and were banned. So we'll see.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, you know what? I might have to buy one of those shirts now. Now that I'm out of the hole from the appendix, I can I can afford a shirt.
I was trying to get everybody to buy one and start tagging Elon with the shirt on, but it didn't work.
Yeah, well, Maybe
One
this
of these
time
days-
it will.
One of these days we'll have a bigger voice.
Well, you know what? We're growing, and that's fantastic. I saw Rancor Steve's joined the family. He joined our Discord today. So,
Yep,
and plus
he
the
is-
announcement on Manorama last night, he's official.
Yep, it is officially official.
Excellent.
So yeah, we actually have stuff in the works. I think the folks from SHR are going to be joining us top of the hour for the election coverage to join from time to time, and I think he may join throughout the night as well, since they're going to be doing
Cool.
some election coverage. So we'll have a lot of cross pollination going on election night. I'm trying to get Gene on. I'm going to see if maybe we can get Ross to join as well. They're actually still running. I just decided I wanted to go to bed at a decent hour, so we started on time.
Yeah, might as well. Oh, for those of you who haven't seen the Twitter feed, I'm on Yoder Secreto now. The reason why Orty is in Twitmo is for saying, I'm sorry your friends were castrated by a fucking pager.
I mean, where's the lie?
Where's the lie? I mean, I don't know. I was being apologetic, sympathetic, empathetic, whatever, you know. I was showing concern. I was being a good person, damn it. Yeah, and fuck Elon for not being on your 100th show, Jeff.
I know, right? Rude asshole.
Yeah. So this was just supposed to be 7 days, so and we'll see.
Jeff, if I had it loaded, I would have been playing it already, but I don't have it in the feed.
Zelda, years and years of practice. That's why I'm like this.
It has taken lots of practice, and he now has it down to an art. But yeah, so other than being suspended for stupidity, what's new in your world?
Oh, so many things. Let's see. Beautiful fall day today. That was you know, in the got around 90. So yeah, that's fall. The leaves are changing. It's a little brisk in the morning. Actually have to wear sweats instead of short sweats, and you know, everything's good.
Yeah, your fall and my fall sound a lot alike, because in the morning just like 50, 60 degrees, and then by 3 o'clock it's 90, and I'm like, this is October. We're not supposed to have 90s in October anymore.
Yeah, it was 30 this morning, and then 35 this morning, and then it's just about 40 when I went to work, and yeah, so anyway, so I'm gonna spill some tea here real quick. Not everything is awesome. This weekend, my mom was diagnosed with B-cell lymphoma, which is cancer of the lymph nodes. And but the doctor said if you have to get a cancer, that's the kind of cancer you want to get. So he's optimistic. I've been doing some research. It's got a high 90% survival rate. So, you know, all good. But that's back-to-back blows for her because she just got scammed out of $2,000 by an Indian call center the week before. So, but you know, she's an awesome person. She doesn't let shit like that get her down. She's very upbeat and optimistic, and you know, anytime she walks in a room, her smile lights it up. So that hasn't changed.
Well, all I'm gonna say is, as your friend, please keep me in the loop when things like that happen. I was kind of gut punched when you mentioned that on the feed.
You know,
last week. I'm
I
like,
thought I had put it in one of the DMs, and then afterwards I realized I hadn't.
So I was like, wait, what? That's like when that's like last week when you were like, yeah, I knew it was a bad week when I sliced my palms open, and I'm like, wait, why am I just not hearing about this?
Well, okay, that one was that was. Oh, you mean when I stigmatized myself? Yeah, that was yeah. So
Because that was the same week the scamming happened, and you were like, I knew it was going to be a bad week when, and I'm like, wait, a minute,
right.
why am I just finding out about all this shit?
Yeah, it's well, you know, when we don't get to do shows very often because
Well,
of
yeah.
work. Yeah, but this,
that's a
you know, this is
follow-up.
when I catch up with you. You know, but yeah, no, I thought I had put that in the CLM, the Chat Lives Matter DM, and I'm sorry that I hadn't, guys. I thought I did. Anyway.
Lots of prayers for your mom. So
Appreciate you.
Anyway,
Thank you. What's going on with you? What's new in Rick's world? What's going on with Rick?
You mean other than signing like 5 new shows this month?
Yeah, no, I mean, fucking, we're growing. For those of you new to the show too, sometimes we'll talk behind. We'll do Inside Baseball on the show. What's going on with KLRN? You know, the stuff that we can talk about. So, It's not all politics and angst and fart noises.
Which, I mean, right now there's not much angst unless you're a Democrat, so there's that.
Oh, they're having a very bad time.
So now they've dusted off a 2015 claim that supposedly Donald Trump may have groped someone at a fundraiser, circulating stuff that came out like 2015, 2016. Apparently, that's been completely debunked. At least that's what I'm hearing right now. And then, of course, today they resurrected the entire. Oh my God, he's Hitler. Dude, you can only call him Hitler so many times before people are like, okay, yeah, and
yeah. That's like calling us literal Nazis and every type of phobe and ist, and it's kind of you took all the meanings out of those words.
When you
calling
use
somebody Hitler now is like calling somebody a ham sandwich.
Well, that's like, and it wasn't a very long argument because I gave up because it was like 10 minutes before showtime. But I of course was dragging Scaramouche again, who was talking about how he was standing up against fascism. I'm like, how are you standing up against fascism when you're supporting the party of fascists? So then, of course, some French dude gets in my mentions. Obviously, you don't know what fascism means. So I told him in plain English, not quoting any form of definition, just putting in my own words, exactly what fascism means. You should Google harder. Brother, that wasn't Google.
Yeah.
You're French. Go away. Who cares?
Usually when somebody does that to me, I just say, okay, so who's the father of European fascism? And then I'll just drop all the socialist quotes he ever made. And then because if you don't know, if you haven't seen me get on one of my takedowns on that topic, Mussolini was the editor of Avante, which was the Italian socialist paper. He was a card-carrying member of the Italian Socialist Party. The only reason why he was removed from the Socialist Party was because he thought World War I was the great opportunity for the proletariat uprising. And the Italian socialists wanted to remain pacifists for that. But he saw that as the means of the ends of removing the Central Powers. And so they removed him for being too radical in his socialism. Anyway.
Well, I mean, so the easiest, most, like fifth grade definition of fascism is pretty simple. It is a political ideology that despises both communism, socialism, and democracy, and thinks that elites are best suited to rule everyone. So which party best fits that description right now?
Sure.
Just asking.
I mean, you mean the Democrats who can't go 5 minutes without trying to find some celebrity to glom onto?
Pretty much.
Yeah. That's, oh, hey, we got Hillary, and hey, we got fucking Julia Louis-Dreyfus, and
oh my God, Marshall Mathers just introduced him in Michigan, or introduced her in Michigan.
When was the last time Eminem was actually relevant to anything?
Second
This
Tuesday
is like when Hillary had fucking Bowser from Sha Na Na having a. I mean,
that was dying when that happened.
For you young kids, that was a doo-wop band in the 60s and 70s and early 80s. They had a variety show.
I'm just glad I have music licensing because I use some of his music sometimes, and I'm pretty sure if we ever get big enough, he's going to try to come after me for using his music.
Nah, he's only on Facebook.
Yeah, good point.
He would never know.
But then again, I stream to Facebook too. So
why would you do such a thing?
Why not? I don't care. Besides, I have noticed another interesting little thing with Facebook. Now that you can actually attach music to your videos and stuff, they have they already have DMCA protections, which I thought was interesting. Because now it doesn't say we've stopped your video. It's you're playing music that may belong to somebody else. We're gonna mute it, and then it's we already played this song. We reinstated your video. Like, okay,
you want to hear the stupidest use of the DMCA I've encountered in recent times? Y'all know the account lady, Jess Macbeth. She's a friend of the show. She's a friend of mine. We've been friends for years on here. She got 2 strikes and almost suspended because she was singing Christmas. She was doing videos of her singing Christmas songs.
Last I checked,
public domain, like Carol of the Bells and shit like that. She got 2 DMCA strikes.
mean, last I checked, if you're actually performing them, they usually can't do a DMCA strike.
See, and
again.
it just scared her into stop doing it, and that sucks.
Yeah, that sucks. But yeah. Anyway, hey Delaney, I heard him say your name a second ago, but you hadn't popped up for me yet. It was showing your name, but it wasn't showing anything. I think my feed's being a little cranky, but I can see you now. So just wanted to say hello.
We got all the real woodpeckers in chat tonight. We got M and Jeff and Z and yeah. Delaney.
Yeah, we got the Chat Lives Matter crew in the house, and it's Chat Lives Matter night, so that's pretty awesome.
I know. On Chat Lives Matter night.
Hey, for 2 seconds we had the perfect number on the feed. We were at 420 for like 2 seconds.
Yeah.
It was perfect.
What we
And
need
then
is
42,069.
Now that would be perfect.
And Mr. In Between's in chat now too.
Oh.
So I got to talk about this.
Sure. What are we talking about?
The tough position that Missouri is in.
Oh yeah, that is a pretty tough position.
I mean, yeah, on one hand, okay, we're talking about Lucas Coons. On one hand, he's a Democrat. He hangs out with Adam Kinzinger, who's blocked me on Twitter for some reason. I think it's when I called him an up-jumped gas station attendant.
Probably.
So, not like he's basically retarded, but he also shot a reporter. So kind of a mixed bag on that one. Jess, I was just talking about you.
She knows. That's why she said, "Here I am." Her ears were burning.
Yeah. So, So if you didn't hear the story, this fucking retard is doing a photo op or a staged event, as they're talking about with the McDonald's, and it's him and Kinzinger and a couple other people and some TV reporters, and they're out with an AR-15 plinking steel, and 2 yards away with an AR-15, dude has his iPro on his head, looking down a scope at a target, steel target 2 yards away. Shrapnel blows back, because of course the 5.56 is going to shatter, and grazes. It wings a TV reporter. The best part about it, they got like 3 or 4 buckets of tannerite on the table, and any of that shrapnel could have hit the tannerite, and things would have been much worse. I bit my tongue from saying hilarious and just said worse.
I was about to type this in the chat, but I'm just going to go ahead and say it now. That whole thing, you remember that magazine they used to, you're a little bit older than me, but I'm pretty sure they had like weekly reader kind of like things when you were in grade school, something.
Oh, you mean like the Scholastic and the weekly? Yeah, we had weekly reader.
Do you remember those pictures where they were like, tell me everything that's wrong with this picture?
Oh, yeah. The whole fucking picture.
That was one of those moments. And the thing that I didn't even notice at first, because I was too busy laughing at dude's stance, was the tannerite that's sitting right there on the table. And I'm like, dude, if one of those hot casings had dropped there, or if that ricochet would have hit there, this would have been a mass casualty event, not an oops, we grazed you a shrapnel event.
The other thing too is he busts out the first aid kit because he's a Marine. Was a Marine. I know once you're a Marine, you're always a Marine, but he's retired Marine, whatever. And so he starts field dressing the dude, puts some gauze on the graze, and then takes his belt off and wraps it like a fucking tourniquet.
Oh. But yes, so somebody in the chat had the same exact thought. I lost count of how many stupid things were going on in that photo of them out shooting.
Oh yeah, Shay, yeah.
I wasn't trying to.
I can say her name when I'm reading her tweets and replies to me, but for some reason right now it just Shaya Jin.
Well, it's because you're not on the right account. It's X's fault.
Yeah, that's why. I am more loquacious on Ordnance than I am on Yoder.
Ordy can read the names. Yoder cannot.
All right, MT finally figured it out.
Yay!
Cool. He's been kind of stuck in his own on the KLRN chat. I try to get over there when I can, but since I had to format my computer the other day, I haven't set that up yet. But yeah, he's kind of like been a man to himself on the KLRN chat.
I usually try to drop in there at least every once in a while, but I half the time for me, my computer gets too cranky when I have too many tabs open still.
Well,
so.
yeah, I mean, you're producing, you're playing music, you're running commercials.
Yeah, doing all the things.
Yeah, so it's like initially it looked like Kinzinger was the one firing at the time, but then no, I realized that he was in the back, and it was actually fucking Lucas. God, what a retard! Yeah, there's so much wrong with this. I mean, it again, 2 yards, maybe 3 at most away from the steal. He's lucky that it just shattered and didn't recoil. I grazed my own leg with a 38 trying to shoot holes in an oil drum.
I'm just.
That's the last time I did that, by the way.
Yeah. The only thing I could think of was watching where he had his cheek on that stock. I was like, dude, you're lucky
Everything was wrong. Everything is wrong with his stance and the way he held the weapon. And I'm going, this dude was a Marine.
Well, I mean, so, just putting this out there, but him supposedly being Marine, this is no different than someone who was frocked as a command sergeant major for a time, who had a marksmanship ribbon, who couldn't load a fucking hunting rifle. What is going on with our military? That's my question.
The term FUD is thrown around a lot, but Waltz actually fucking lived it. Absolute FUD.
So I saw something, and I'm mad that I didn't think of it first, because you know how normally when I see somebody, I can usually equate them with a cartoon character.
Sure.
I missed one, and I don't know how I missed this one, but Tyrus put it out today. He had a side-by-side of Walls standing next to Mr. Garrison. And I was like, God damn, I not see that.
Yeah, I see that. Yeah.
I'm usually the first one putting that shit out. This time I was like, how did I not see that? And I'm like, I hate you for coming up with this with this before I did, but at least they'll see yours, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's kind of, they're both teachers. So the analogies abound.
It's just, I mean, the only, well, so here's the thing. So and I think it was somebody at Red State. I don't have the article in front of me anymore, but they've put out like 7 predictions, and only 6 of them have come true so far. Their last one is that for some sort of campaign stunt or something, they're going to put Walls in an outlandish outfit of some kind. I could almost see them walking him out as Garrison with Mr. Hanky. Almost. Almost.
If he had joined the campaign earlier, that would have been self-fulfilling early on with him being an Easter Bunny. Well, we got Halloween coming up next week, so hope springs eternal.
I mean, like I said, so far, dude is like 6 out of 7, and Halloween's next week. So yeah. But so yeah. I just have one question with the campaign. Where did the joy go? Because a month ago, Republicans were despondent, man. I mean, like, even people that I've known for forever were like, that's it. We've lost. It's over. If they can just swap out a candidate like this, we're done. And now it's like even like Democratic sources inside the campaign are being given cover by news agencies by just being listed as Democratic campaigns or Democratic strategists, not anybody listed with the campaign. But there are leaks coming out all over the place. In the last 48 hours, there have been 5 different leaks of how despondent the entire campaign is and how pissed off they are that while they're watching the blue wall fall apart, she's campaigning in Texas. So they feel like she's given up and is just trying to see if she can secure one more Senate seat, maybe to hold it to be a split, because the polls have Texas being closed. And everybody, even inside the campaign, is just pissed.
After her spending a week in Michigan, she forgot the name Michigan.
This is true.
So yeah, I've been doing a lot of work in Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and what's the name of that other place? That's going to go over great. That's fucking fantastic.
Well, and then, I mean, Trump the last 2 days has been masterful, because he's like, okay, so 2 weeks to go, and I'm out here campaigning, and she took the day off to prep for an interview.
Yeah.
He's like, I was going to go hard on her at the campaign stump, and I don't have to because she's at home hiding. And then she did it. Then she did it again today. She took the entire day off to prep for CNN just because of how badly the Brett Baer thing went. And
CBS.
and the CBS thing went, and now the NBC one that she prepped for all day yesterday wasn't any better. I mean, it's nuts.
Oh, that
I mean,
town hall that, hey, are we going to be able to ask questions? No.
Yeah, no. They're like, no. But no, that was the other day. So she actually did a sit-down pre-recorded interview with NBC yesterday and still got hung out to dry. It's just
she wants to
nuts.
do Joe Rogan. By the way, if you
Well-
didn't hear, Trump's doing Rogan on Friday.
Oh yeah, no, trust me. I am hoping and praying that I get to cover as much of that as possible in between all the venues that I have access to, because
One of the
gonna-
best memes I've ever seen is Joe Rogan's like a Mongolian, kind of like Genghis Khan. A warrior philosopher kind of thing. Everybody's still afraid to be like, that if he doesn't like their answer, he'll slaughter them, kind of thing. But it just is. Yeah, I got to find that meme. I'll drop it again on Yoder if I find it tonight, because it's just explain to me this magic of fire.
Hey Jeff, I actually might take that bet.
I'll take that bet. I can see him doing it. Holy shit! No, you know what? He won't, because it's not that Elton John came out and supported Trump. He just didn't mind him using the music. He's all, look, Trump's been to a ton of my shows. I know Trump. He's an okay guy. I don't mind. So, I mean, it's like every time Elton John's playing in New York, Trump is there. So.
Well, I mean, and this is the thing, right? And I found some of this today. So Trump has been doing something that we haven't seen since Reagan. He is on the ground in New York City. He did a sit down in a barbershop today that was absolutely astounding to me. Because one of the things that I noticed, because you can compare side by sides when they're supposed to be doing these things, like the difference between the Doritos debacle and his McDonald's stop, where people were actually genuinely engaged and they weren't kept outside, and it was nothing but campaign staffers. And then the other more comparable event recently was when they supposedly did a diner stop, and it turns out it was all a bunch of campaign staffers because they'd closed the diner in appreciation for them working on the campaign. They stopped in and talked to them for a few minutes and then tried to do it like a woman on the street interview. But the same thing with the barbershop thing that he did today, and the things that I've seen the other side do. When Trump talks, everybody listens. They zone in on everything that he's saying. They pay attention. They interact. And he actually interacts with them, as opposed to, I've seen multiple times where Harris is supposed to be talking to somebody, and she doesn't even hear the question that they've asked, and just moves on to the next thing.
Well, no, because she's just going to get her stock reply anyway. Hang on, cocaine's trending. I have to see why. I'm sorry. I'm kidding.
I
No, it is
wasn't.
trending, but
I was about to start rolling the cocaine song, but I don't have my phone Bluetooth to my board right now.
oh, they're going. It's the it was Kamala's cocaine.
That story came out a couple of weeks ago and never really went anywhere. Somebody's on tape, with their whole, voice disguised and face blurred out, stating that the cocaine actually came from her. And I'm pretty sure, because we talked about it around then, I'm pretty sure you were one of the people calling that back in the day, if I remember correctly. You were like, I wouldn't be surprised if it was hers.
Oh no. I mean, she's fucking, yeah, she's a boomer, but she's still around my age. And in the 80s, she went to college, started going to college in the 80s. Absolutely, she fucking loved cocaine. Because if it was Hunter, it would have been crack. Now, this was just straight up cocaine. This is like old. Yeah, anyway. But getting back to the campaign things really quick, you can tell how things are going because Trump and Vance are having an absolute blast. And all the joy has been sucked out of the Kamala Waltz campaign. And they are, if you're explaining, you're losing. And they're always having to explain what they meant because they say retarded shit so fucking always.
Well, that's just it, right? So first things first, I mean, if we're talking about the joy that was supposed to be part of this campaign, most if not all of that was manufactured to begin with, which is why it's so easily started to fall away. But watching the genuine fun those two are starting to have, like the day that the Brett Baer interview fell apart, JD Vance was out there going, maybe y'all should swap back for Biden now.
Right. See, now,
Go ahead.
Long-time listeners of the show know that I am no fan of Trump. Yeah, I didn't vote. I was never Trump in 2016. He turned me around for the first year or so of his presidency. 2020, I voted for him. We all know where that went. But I just was so fucking tired of it. And it wasn't until after the assassination attempt, the first one, that he started to become fun. You know what he was? He was 80s fun Trump. That was like showing up in Home Alone and shit. You know, that he got that back. And that's when it's like, he's still bombastic, but he's doing it with a sense of humor again. And he's out there being Trump, not candidate Trump. He's being 80s Donald Trump.
Well,
And
I mean, I
that's
think
kind of
a
where I'm
lot-
like, all right, you know what? I don't mind this one.
I mean, I think for me, a lot of that is, I mean, he is, whether you like him or not, he's a different person since they tried to shoot him.
Oh, sure.
Because, I mean, that's one of the things that I heard him talk about in this barbershop thing that I started seeing footage of that I used on the afternoon show today. When he's talking about one of the things that I got wrong the first time was it's all about the people. He said, I had no idea what I was getting into. And I had all these advisors that had been here forever telling me who I should trust and who I shouldn't. And it turns out I trusted the wrong people. He said, I'm not doing that this time. That is probably the closest to an apology I've ever, or even admitting that he's ever done anything wrong that I have ever heard that man do.
Yeah.
Ever. And I mean, in almost every interview he's given, at one point, he just looks at whoever's giving the interview and says, I'm not supposed to be here right now.
Right.
He said, if not for that chart and me turning my head at just that moment, I wouldn't be here right now.
He should stop using that line, though. He don't want to overplay it. Otherwise, I mean, it's a great line. It really is. But he's used it. And it's going to start becoming like being raised in a middle-class family.
Well, I mean, he's not using it.
But we're
to
only
that
2 weeks from the election, so whatever.
I mean, he's not using it to that excess. I've just heard it in a few of the interview clips that I've heard. I mean, I don't know if he's
Holy
using
shit,
it.
we're 2 weeks to the election.
Actually, we are 13 days from the election, sir.
Well, no, I mean, today's Tuesday, right?
No, today's
Wednesday. Fuck my life. Where's my week go?
I was gonna say, you remember what day we do the show on, right?
Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah. Last night when we were on at the same time, we were on somebody else's channel, like making their life a pain in the ass, because that's what we do over there.
That's what we do everywhere. That's my whole shtick.
And it works well.
It's like when I got Ordinance back. I'm back, and I'm going to make it everybody else's problem.
I mean,
specifically Twitter supports.
It's a stick that we do, and you do very well, because we have 482 people watching us right now.
Excellent. Nice. Welcome. I tried to do that in the old AOL voice, but I still had some beer in my mouth, so I don't. Yeah.
Oh, speaking of, you still good on beer? You need a break.
How are we on time?
We're already past the halfway point. That's why I'm asking.
Yeah, you know what? Let's throw the break real quick. Play some of that sweet Halloween music I dropped on you.
Yeah, I already got something else queued up. I'll play something.
Okay,
I'll play
whatever.
Halloween going back, but because I was trying to make sure I was ready. So we're gonna take a quick break. More of the show on the other side. My name's Rick. He's not Orty because Orty's suspended. We'll be right back. Kind of had a creepy feel to it, so I thought it kind of fit.
All right.
All right, we'll be right back.
This Halloween, KLRN Radio brings you a hilarious journey back in time. Relive the classic terror of War of the Worlds as performed in the only way KLRN players could do it. Join us for a special encore presentation of this legendary broadcast, originally aired in 2021. Will Earth survive a Martian invasion? Don't miss the thrills, the chills, the iconic terror, and the bong rips. It's War of the Worlds, KLRN Radio style. Tune in for the replay on Halloween night, only on KLRN Radio's X feed.
The turnips.
This Halloween season, Prepare for thrills, chills, and everything in between. It's Vamptober on KLRN Radio. All October long, your favorite KLRN shows are taking a walk on the dark side. Dive into bone-chilling stories, uncover creepy science, and explore the paranormal with our special vampire-themed episodes. Don't miss a moment of the fright-filled fun. Tune in all month long for Vamptober. Only on KLRN Radio.
Are you brave enough to step into the shadowy realm of Barovia? Join us on Asgard North, where we unravel the mysteries of Ravenloft, one chilling tale at a time. From the terror of Strahd to the whispers of the Vistani, we're your guide through the fog. Tune in, if you dare, for a journey where this episode could be your last, or your most thrilling adventure yet. Saturday the 26th at 8 p.m. Eastern. And subscribe to Asgard North, where legends come alive and darkness whispers back.
KLRN Radio has advertising rates available. We have rates to fit almost any budget. Contact us at advertising@klrnradio.com.
Hi, everyone. This is JJ, the co-founder of Good Pods.
Hi, JJ.
If you haven't heard of it yet, Good Pods is like Goodreads or Instagram, but for podcasts. It's new, it's social, it's different, and it's growing really fast. There are more than 2 million podcasts, and we know that it is impossible to figure out what to listen to. On Good Pods, you follow your friends and podcasters to see what they like. That is the #1 way to discover new shows and episodes. You can find Good Pods on the web or download the app. Happy listening.
The following program contains coarse language and adult themes. Listener discretion is advised.
I had no idea how many covers of this song there were. I found a few that
Oh,
I
yeah.
actually really like. Anyway, so we're back. We're live. Throwing a little vampire music your way. That's Cry Little Sister from the Lost Boys. And
Yeah,
we're up to almost 500. So yay.
Yeah, if you didn't know, another show Rick and I do, Juxtaposition. Every October we do a deep dive. It's a conspiratainment show, and we do a deep dive into some Halloween related myth or legend. And this year we chose vampires. So almost the whole network jumped on board with it, and they've done vampire themed shows too. And I'm really looking forward to Jeff's Asgard North this weekend with the Ravenloft.
Yeah, that looks amazing. It's
when we went out to break, we were running the War of the Worlds ad. That still is that, and Christmas Carol are my two favorite productions we've done. Christmas Carol, just because I got to interact with everyone except for JR.
Yeah,
that was just so much fun.
I still think my favorite part of that thing was when you tried to toss Fu her iconic line and she left it on the ground. I was like,
yeah, I know.
Are you kidding me right now? Right. Your whole shtick, and you didn't even take the bait.
I know. That was sad. That, and at the end, towards the end too, when Jeff and I, because the reason why we started doing all those our radio serials or the radio plays is we were bored during COVID. So Jeff and I had a great COVID interaction about it. It's like, what day is it? What variant is it? So, but that was fun. So, but, yeah. And Vincent would touch my robe, touch it. But yeah, no, War of the Worlds is still, because that's where Farmer Wilmoth was born. And that's been a meme that's carried through all of our production since. I'm looking forward to, I can't spill the beans yet, but we're working on what we're going to do for Christmas this year, and I think everybody's really going to like it. I think it's going to be a lot of fun.
Oh, yeah. So if you haven't checked any of those out, you can, if you were here in the commercial, you can actually check out the one that pretty much started it all, the War of the Worlds.
Uh-huh.
Unfortunately, I was not part of that one. That was during my nearly had a mental breakdown phase.
Nearly.
Hey, I resemble that remark.
Okay. Yeah, no, yeah, I'm sorry you missed that one too. That was there was a lot of roles in the War of the Worlds. You know, a lot of us had to double and triple up, which was fun. And but yeah,
I
that's
still love that Farmer Wilmoth now has a recurring role as an ad in every special.
yeah, I know. You know what? One of the things I will get my account if all goes well. Fingers crossed. I will get my account back on the 30th. I'm gonna keep my nose clean for that first day, just so I can promo the hell out of War of the Worlds.
Yeah, you better.
Yeah.
Which
Because we're gonna be playing it on X for the first time this year. We've been playing on KLRN, for the last couple of years on Halloween since we initially did it. But yeah, we're gonna be broadcasting on X this year, and I'm really excited to see what kind of numbers we get.
Yeah, I think we need to figure out how to try to piggyback everything together and try to get as many people logged into as many X accounts as we can and just see if we can break the internet.
We can do that. I mean, everybody. I mean, all the KLRN players are going to promote it. So,
but anyway, so I think so. What else you got?
Jeff's made a movie for it too, to go along with using his AI skills. That's gonna be great.
Wait, like a movie to go along with?
He just said it. He just to go along with your broadcasting. Yeah, Jeff, you're gonna have to explain that one. But
I am now peaked, and yeah, we may run that more than once just so I can actually check it all out, because I'll be out trick or treating for a little bit, but I should be home before that ever starts, I think.
Oh, he's gonna be doing still pictures, but still.
I mean, still, that's
no, that's awesome. That's great. Okay, so this one's from the next thing I got to talk about comes from home. And that is, I started doing, Aaron Walker did one of his fantastic deep dives on Twitchy about this. And I got about a third into it before we had to come on the air. And this one I'm looking forward to. In that a group of citizens and business owners in San Francisco have passed the second hurdle. They've passed their second they've gotten a judgment in their favor for the second time for trial to continue against the city of San Francisco on the homeless and drug use problem, infringing on their rights. And for the second time, a federal judge has said, San Francisco is obviously trying, get it thrown out of court on merits. But this angle is actually fantastic, and I think it's going to work. They're using the American with Disabilities Act.
Yeah, I could see where that would work.
Yeah. And saying that the crime and the homelessness and the unsanitary, unsafe living conditions have made it impossible for someone with disabilities to be able to navigate the city. So looking forward to where that's going.
Yeah, I could see that. That's actually a good angle, though. That's a smart angle. I could see that working.
Yes, I've been watching, I've been getting black-pilled on watching a lot of like Lackluster and Audit the Audit, and story I saw on Steve Lito. One of the these people successfully won a court case against the city they live in when the police, while in pursuit of a felon or a perpetrator, ran into this family's house. The argument has always been that when in the process of when you're in hot pursuit, technically your property becomes eminent domain, and the police can just barge in and try to, arrest somebody. And in doing so, the cops absolutely trash the house, like $100,000 in damages. And I can't remember the angle that the family used, but they successfully won against the city, saying, yeah, that's great, but you have a responsibility to upkeep city property. And since you willfully destroyed city property that reverted back to our ownership once you left the premises, yeah, it was an amazingly smart angle that they used. So not less live bong rips. We need more live bong rips.
I know, right? Anyway,
everybody's smacking on gummies during the show. So anyway, no, that was a non sequitur, but it's. I am enjoying watching those because while I do believe a lot of police do it for the right reasons, and a million police officers every day perform their job flawlessly. There's enough bad ones that aren't held to task by the good ones that the system is becoming corrupt top to bottom. And so I do enjoy watching their comeuppance.
I could see that. I mean, that's one of the things that's kind of driving me crazy about everything everywhere. It just seems like corruption is everywhere now.
Yeah.
I mean, one of the biggest stories coming out about the whole administration right now is that somebody within, most likely they believe the Harris campaign, was leaking information about Israeli strikes.
They actually found the person who did that. Of course, they're in the State Department, and of course, nothing will happen to them.
Of course not, because they're part of the establishment, so they're safe.
So, yeah,
exactly. Nobody hates a bad cop more than a good cop. But and this goes back to, not that it's anything we're talking about right now, but it kind of ties back to what you got suspended over. This is one of the things that pisses me off about the whole peaceful Muslim argument, because everybody's like, well, there's more peaceful Muslims than there are dangerous ones. Then why aren't they cleaning up their own shit?
Right.
That's my
they're
problem.
Terrified. Well, that's the same reason. Yeah.
Well, a lot of Christians are terrified about Westboro Baptist Church, but it doesn't stop a lot of other Christians from standing up and telling them to sit the fuck down.
Sure.
I mean, it's not.
Are they still a thing? I haven't heard Westboro since like the last D&D is Satanism flare up.
Well, I mean, they were around until sometime mid Obama term, but that's what this is like halfway through second term for Obama. But that's what happened. A bunch of Christians finally got tired of their bullshit and just stood up and said, sit the fuck down. And suddenly their voice went away. But that's what I'm saying. It's the same thing. Cops in a lot of ways used to be able to take care of their own. And I think we need to get back to that. But that's going back to what we were talking about earlier. Trump was actually talking to a retired cop in this barbershop. And he said, as well as I do, 15 years ago when you were on the job, you were able to do your job. These kids today that are trying to be cops, they can't even do their job. He said that's one of the things that we need to change, and I like hearing him say that, but it also kind of terrifies me where he may try to go with that, because I can see somebody further down the road trying to federalize the police force. I mean, hell, Obama already pretty much tried it; it didn't ever work.
Yeah. Well, in a way, they did. I mean, under Obama, I mean, they did under Bush too, but really under Obama was They quasi-federalized the police force by giving them a whole bunch of cool swag. When they militarized them by giving them MRAPs and fucking, cool military gear, where all of them became MEAL Team 6, then okay, but back to your point about the corruption seems to be flowing everywhere. I think, and this kind of goes with the other show you and I too do too. In that Art Bell talked about the quickening, but he was using it in, kind of like the way we do on the other show, where, it's like, when did this become mainstream and why didn't we get the memo? Why is everybody talking about this like it's like it's fact, when, this was, a conspiracy theory? Everybody would just poo-poo it as a conspiracy theory a little bit ago. But that goes with everything is quickening. everything. And, it's that point where, you either hit a wall or the singularity, one of the two. And, he was going towards the singularity. I think we're going for the wall. Which is cool for me because I did chaos.
So Shea Jin brings up a good point. Their emotional issues are also a problem, though. This generation, I know someone who quit the force after just a couple of messy scenes. So, I mean, but
I knew a guy who went to I knew a guy who went to go be a cop up in Seattle. I'm all, they fucking hate cops there. He's all good. Then less than a year later, he's back. He's all, yeah, I couldn't handle it. Going home every night thinking somebody was going to break into my house to kill me because I was a cop. I said, weren't you all Billy Badass not too long ago? Anyway.
The ones that usually act the most aren't.
Yeah.
It's the quiet, nonchalant ones that
can kick on Twitter, it's the as a retired vet, I fill in the blank. Okay, well, that's great, Oathbreaker. Go on. Usually it's in a 2A argument.
Well, this is my problem with all of that, though, right? But this is the thing. Most of the people that have done the things that other people brag about don't brag about them.
Yeah.
Because they've lived it. They don't need to brag about it. And that's I mean, I don't talk about all the things that I used to do for a reason, because I don't need to. And because when I do, people are, oh, you're just bragging. No, I've done a lot of stuff. But that's not the point. But the ones that are quiet, the ones that are like, oh, not walking around going, oh, look at me, look at all the ribbons I've earned, look at all the things that I've done. Those are the ones you need to watch out for. The ones that are bragging about it, they're usually trying to build themselves up. Walls is one of the biggest examples of that I've seen in modern history, because again, dude served for 24 years. That should have been enough, but it wasn't. Nope. So he started elevating it. Then he gets in trouble for elevating it because people started pointing out that he's elevating it. But then the people that are pointing out that they're elevating it are the bad guys because, well, you're denigrating his service. No, I'm not. He did that.
Right. He did that on his own.
As soon as he decided 24 years in the National Guard wasn't enough and he had to start embellishing it, that's when it became a problem. Because,
right.
And I've said this over and over and over again, the easiest fix for him was the second somebody introduced him as the highest ranking non-commissioned officer rank in Congress. He could have said no while I was installed in that role. I never completed it, and when I retired, they bumped me back down to the rank that I had earned, which was Master Sergeant. And you know what? Nobody would have been able to say shit about it, because everything else doesn't really matter that much. But when you take the fact that he lied about the rank that he had, that he was telling everybody that he was a retired Command Sergeant Major, then you take the fact that because he was frocked in that role, he would be aware above anyone else other than the command staff, because he was part of the command staff, that they were going to be deployed well before anybody else in the unit knew. So the fact that months beforehand he's making steps to move into Congress or try to run for Congress, he knew. He had to know, because he was the person that basically went to all the NCOs and the enlisted and the non-commissioned officers and said, "Hey boys, we're going to war." That was his job. He was their pipeline. And Ross Galloway, who does Behind Enemy Lines with Gene, actually is a retired National Guard Command Sergeant Major. And when he found out what Walls did, he was pissed. He said, he's like, I actually held the rank. I did what I was supposed to do. And he said, here's something that nobody's telling you. He said, when he agreed to be frocked in that role, he by default agreed to a continuous another 4-year enlistment, because it would have taken 2 years to train him to do the role, and then he was expected to do the role for 2 more years. So they asked him, because there were a limited number of slots, if he was willing to do that, and he said yes. So they went ahead and gave him what is basically a field commission to the role until he actually completed the training, and then he left anyway. And that's why the people in his unit are so pissed off. The guy that became Command Sergeant Major isn't mad about it anymore, other than the fact that he was throwing the rank around still, because he's like, I did the job. They sent me, I did it. And if he was the one doing it, we don't know how many of us would have not come back.
Right, we all been dead.
I mean, but again, as this campaign is continuing to crater and implode, which ironically enough, remember that old thing about history doesn't repeat itself, but it sure does rhyme?
Uh-huh.
Because this campaign is starting to look an awful lot like her 2019-2020 run. Because she came out of the gate strong. Everybody thought she was going to be the DC darling, and then it fell apart. This time, even with the media trying to push even longer, she's only really made it about the same amount of time. She was only a couple months in when it fell apart the first time. Everybody's acting like she's made it further this time. She's only been in this campaign for a couple of months because Joe Biden was the one campaigning before her. So it's happening almost exactly like it happened before. The only difference is the media is trying to make it seem like it's not as bad as it is before because they don't have another alternative because they already know. I mean, and the thing about it, the thing that I'm starting to notice is there are a few media outlets that are finally like, you know what, we got to start telling the truth or nobody's gonna listen to us anymore. Like ABC, there was something that they went completely against the narrative on. Oh yeah, it was when Trump was at the town hall and there were some medical stuff and he's just like, turn up some music and let's dance for a while. And everybody's like, oh my God, look at him. He's just lost it and zoned down on stage. ABC News the next day was like, no, this is what actually happened. And I'm like, wait a minute. ABC just did a random act of journalism? Really? Wow, things must be worse than I thought.
Yeah, that's when they accidentally do that, that's weird. I don't know how to respond to it.
Like, wait a minute. Did the time I blame CERN. I just assume the
timeline shifted again.
Anyway, so believe it or not, my friend, we've reached that point in the show. What are you watching these days?
You know what? I'm still watching The Pretender. I'm just about halfway through season 1 because it was made back in the day when you would get 26 episodes out of a TV show per season.
Yeah, when you would get almost 3 seasons of what they give you now.
Yeah, exactly. And still really digging it. Amanda Parker is an absolute smoke show. 90 skirts were higher, and I appreciate that. And God damn, Amanda Parker's legs.
Yeah,
I've found it as I age. I've mentioned this a couple times on Twitter over the last year or so. I've gone from being a tit man to a leg man. I do like some good legs.
It happens.
Yeah, because I figured out through the course of my life that all tits are fun. It's the getaway sticks that'll get you. So there are no bad titties, but there are a lot of bad legs.
I can see that.
Yeah. So, but yeah, I'm enjoying it, and it's just good fun. It's got some wholesomeness to it. It's kind of like it's a little Quantum Leap where he's trying to right wrongs, and jumping into a different body every week. But it's him learning that skill, and it's like the first few minutes of the show is Miss Parker and Sydney showing up to where he just left from, like catching up with a place he just left. And then, figuring out, it's like, well, here's what he was doing here. It's like the episode I just watched. He was going to be a cop. So he spent a day and a half on the range, never picked up a gun in his life. And then anyway, and then, studying law and everything like that. And then it cuts to him being a motorcycle cop. So it's kind of like, okay, you get where he's going, you get the little flavor of what this episode is going to be about. So
yeah, I mean,
that was clever.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's been the show that I've kind of turned on when I'm trying to doze off. But I did learn something new, and I kind of feel techno-tarded now. So the TV that's in my bedroom is a Roku TV. So I was playing with my remote the other day, and it's like, most TVs have a sleep timer where you set it and it will turn off and just completely shut down. This one has a sleep timer. This one has a sleep timer where you can make the screen go dark, but the audio keeps playing.
Okay.
I was like, wait, I could have been doing that this whole time because that's part of my problem because I get migraines randomly. So sometimes when I have that blue light on all night, I'll wake up the next morning and my fucking head is killing me. I'm like, so there's a timer that I could have been setting for like an hour and a half, and eventually the sound would keep going, but the screen would stop. That's awesome. I did not know that was a feature on this TV. Now I want to replace all my TVs in my house.
See, with mine, it's like the fire stick will stop, so you'll get that black glow from an LCD, and it's just bright enough that it will annoy me if I like wake up in the middle of the night. So rather than go get a TV that, or like not be lazy and get up and set the timer on the TV remote rather than just operate the one for my Fire Stick, I went and got a smart plug so I could say turn the TV off.
Nice.
So
hey, whatever works.
Hey, exactly. Which amazed me that it took me 7 years of smart homery to figure that out.
So
how about you? What are you watching?
Well, actually, I've been watching a little bit of The Pretender. Also, been checking out. So the final season of Blue Bloods just started this past week. So I checked out the first episode of that. Did find out that apparently it was not a mutual decision. Tom Selleck is pissed that they canceled the show. I was like, dude, after that long, I think they were kind of just being afraid that you or Gramps might die.
Yeah.
That show's been running forever, and you guys are only 6 months apart in age. There's only so much that makeup and filters can do, my guy. But yeah, apparently he was like really pissed that they've canceled it. And I have to admit, I kind of agree with him because it's been running for forever. And I mean, the one thing that I will say that as much as everybody hates on it, NCIS has done something that I've never seen a TV show do. They've replaced almost all of the, except for soap operas. They've replaced almost all of the cast, and they're still going. And now they're even bringing back prequel content to try to bring people back in to watch that, to watch the newer stuff again. But I was kind of disappointed because with as good as this show is, and with as young as some of the cast was, I was really hoping it'd be around long enough so we could kind of track Jamie Reagan's career and that maybe eventually he might take Dad's place. And I'm sad that that's not going to happen.
Yeah,
because I don't even. He was actually supposed to be taking the lieutenant's exam about a half a season ago, and I don't know if they're wherever you're going to find out if that happened. But it's one of those shows that's just. I mean, it had its moments, like when Nikki went to college. There was a lot of the woke stuff in there, but then again, Selleck would just take it on. Like his character walked right in the middle of a college protest and just stood there for like 10, 15 minutes while they're shouting him down, and then eventually he just left. But so, I mean, there was a little bit of it there, but I think that's one of the things, again, like watching The Pretender. I miss the days when they didn't inject the shit into everything, because that was mid 90s. And I mean, times were different. I get that, but not everything. I mean, this is coming from somebody who does politics for a living. Not every fucking thing has to be about politics. Stop it.
Well, and it's like, okay, so there was one episode of The Pretender, and it was probably about as close as you could get to modern problems as you could get. And it was kind of a side story of the main story where he was getting a cross-dresser out of trouble. And so the cross-dresser was kind of like, his chauffeur for a while, out of gratitude. So, but still, he had no problem being a man when he needed to be a man. He just felt more comfortable dressing as a woman. So, yeah, I mean, even when he was dressed as a man, he had high heels on. That was part of the joke. That's, ha ha, move on. But it was kind of like, it wasn't the focus of the episode. It was just a little, hey, here's a little, I don't want to say comic relief on the side because they weren't making fun of it so much. It's just kind of like, here's a little side story. It's pertinent, hey, cross-dressers are people too. That's fine. Okay. Yeah. They're normal, they got their kink, but they're just like you and me. Okay, cool. Moving on, and that was it, so that was kind of like, that's the most that they would inject social commentary into a show in the 90s. Unless it was Star Trek.
Which, I mean, everybody expected it was Star Trek. That was Star Trek's thing.
Yeah, that was their shtick.
But now it's trying to be everybody's thing. I mean, why does there have to be a gay person on every fucking show now?
Oh, no, gay isn't good enough. They've got to be transgender.
Well, I mean, that's like the show that I'm watching.
Neurodivergent, queer.
Well, that's like the show that I'm watching on NBC, which is actually not bad. That has Zachary Quinto in it. And for some reason, I can still not remember the name of the damn show. But so he's a doctor, right? But he's got this issue neurologically where he can't see faces. So he has to learn cues from people, like pay attention to their gait, their smells, things like that. So he can actually pick people out when he's talking to them until he gets to know them well enough that he can semi-recognize them. But of course, right out of the gate, dude's gay. And I'm like, really? Just why? Why does that need to be a thing? I don't understand why. That annoys me because we're making everything about sexual orientation, sexual identity, all of it. None of that should matter. And as long as we keep letting them put us in these stupid fucking pigeonholes, we're never going to get out of them. And we just keep letting them add more of them. And I just don't get it. But maybe it's because I'm old and need to start just yelling at kids to get off my lawn.
Well, there's that too. So apparently, I got a Discord from Jeff, and somebody else mentioned it in my main feed that apparently chat is being censored because Jeff had made the comment when I was talking about the short skirts on the Pretender, or at least on Amanda Parker's role. His comment was kind of like Buffy the Vampire Slayer early years. The skirts were short, the boners were long, and fun. It was fun to be alive.
Damn it, Elon! What happened to free speech?
Yeah, Linda, what are you doing? Quit fucking around with Twitter. Yeah, I'm going back to calling it Twitter for a week.
Hey, your account you promised to not do that on has been suspended again, so I know nothing. All right. Well, we've actually
That's
gone
a
a little
good
bit
point.
over.
Mike Donovan just said in the chat, it's because they need to convince people that the population has more of them than it does. I mean, they for a less than 1% oppressed minority, they sure do have a lot of power.
Right? But these are the same people pissed off about the Electoral College.
Yeah.
You're letting 1% of the population rule your life, but you're pissed off about the Electoral College. Anyway. All right, man. I think that's pretty much it, unless you got any final thoughts.
Hail Hydra. Yeah, beat you to it, Vincent. Fucker.
He's not in here, so of course you beat him to it.
Oh, he's listening. He's there.
Oh, no, but he's not in here to steal it from you. All right, folks. I think we're going to get out of here. Where can folks find you, Amish?
You can find me, excuse me. This week you can find me on Twitter as Yoda Secreto. You know what? You go ahead. I'm choking here. Hang on.
I was going to say, it sounds like you're dying. I don't know what's going on over there. All right. So anyway, as to where you can find me, I'll be back tomorrow afternoon doing the Rick Robinson Show, the Thursday edition. That is Tuesday through Friday now, 12 to 3 Eastern. I'll be back. Actually, I don't know what we're doing in the 10 o'clock hour. I may take a break because Jen is out this week. Friday, we'll be back doing that again. Friday night again with Aggie Rican doing He Said, She Said, 8:30 p.m. Eastern. Saturday, pushing the buttons for Front Porch Forensics. And then after that, we do the conclusion of Vamptober. And Jeff's show is in the middle there somewhere because we're going to have like 5 hours of vampire-related stuff. So Asgard North is in there in the middle somewhere. So yeah, 5 hours of vampire-related stuff on Saturday. I think we're starting a little bit earlier than usual. I think it's 6 hour time, I think. So 7 Eastern, 6 Central. So we'll be starting at whatever time. And then basically doing 2 hours with them, an hour with him, and then 2 hours with you to finish out the night. And fun time everywhere. Fun time everywhere. And then let's not forget War of the Worlds, Halloween night. The show that started it all for the KLRN radio players and has been a lot of fun for everybody involved ever since. Even the people that are occasionally trolling us, oh my God, y'all sound like a bunch of high school kids. I'm like, dude, we're doing this through social media. What would you expect?
We're doing this to amuse us. You're just along for the ride.
All right, folks, that's going to do it. Follow along with me at Radiovic73. Follow along with the station at KLRN Radio. Follow along with our new news desk at Digital Beacon US. And that's it for this one. We are done. Starting next week, we will actually have something on after us, so we'll have to start wrapping on time.
Really?
Yep.
Who's starting the 5th hour?
It'll be 5th and 6th hour, actually. BZ does a show over on SHR Media that he runs on Tuesday, Thursday, because of our timelines with Manorama and them joining us. We'll be running his Tuesday show on Wednesdays, and then he'll be doing his Thursday show as a live catch. So
cool.
More content for us, more people hopefully paying attention, all the good things, all the snowballs continuing, hopefully. All right, but on that note, we really are getting out of here. It's been a long day for me. Bye, everybody.
Thanks, you were great.
I took a little risk. Send lawyers, guns, and money. Dad, get me out of this. Ha!
Say goodnight.